Right, at 0900, welcome everybody. My name is Dr. Jeffrey Garcia. I'd like to welcome all of you to the California State Board of Optometry public meeting. I want to ask all of us to please turn down your cell phones to silent or off. This morning, we are meeting at the Ketchum Health Medical Clinic located in Anaheim, California. Within this clinic is the University Eye Center, which is the eye health and vision care teaching facility of the Southern California College of Optometry at the Marshall B. Ketchum University, which is my alma mater, so I'm very proud to be here. There are 3 colleges of optometry in the state of California, for those of you who are not sure. This is the first in-person board meeting that we have held outside of Sacramento since COVID-19. I wanted to thank our hosts, particularly President Shornack and her staff, Dean Borstein, along with members of their team, including Lorraine Sandoval, Matt Brenneman, for hosting us today. Thank you. Thank you to the many DCA support staff, including Bryce Penny, for being here and helping with all of the IT issues and components of this meeting. Also joining us today for the very first California State Board of Optometry meeting is Dr. Taylor Tedder. Welcome. Welcome aboard. I think you'll really enjoy serving on this board. We're excited to have you, and I look forward to working with you. Today, we will have a designated timing agenda for public comment for items not on the agenda, and I will ask for public comment for each item on the agenda. I ask that you please be respectful of the need to conduct the board's business. This meeting is available via WebEx teleconference. However, the board is webcasting the meeting only as a courtesy to the public, and the meeting will continue even if the webcast fails, pursuant to the notice given in the agenda. Individuals listening to this meeting will have the opportunity to provide public comment and will be assisted by the moderator, who will be facilitating the teleconference process. For those members of the public participating via teleconference, please wait until the moderator has introduced you before you make your comments. Each person will be limited to 2 minutes per agenda item. The board welcomes public comment on any item not on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comment prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. If for some reason I forget to ask for your public comment on the agenda and you wish to speak on that item, please raise your hand and the moderator will recognize you. Today's meeting will be run according to the Open Meetings Act as required by law. We plan to end today by 4 p.m. As we do at each meeting, before we do roll call and calling the meeting to order, I would like to state the mission and vision and values of the State Board of Optometry. The mission of the California State Board of Optometry is to protect the health and safety of California consumers through licensing, registration, education, and regulation of optometry and opticianry. Our vision is to have the highest quality optometric and optical care for the people of California. Our core values are consumer protection, integrity, transparency, professionalism, excellence, and diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Now I would like to call the meeting to order and ask Secretary Bragg to please call the roll.
Member Clements?
Present.
Member Dawson?
Present.
Member Sue? Member Kleppa?
Present.
Dr. Pruitt?
Here.
Dr. Tedder?
Present.
Dr. Wong? Dr. Bragg, present. Vice President Linden? Here. President Garcia?
Present. So we do have a quorum. We do expect Member Sue to be here. He's just running late, probably in traffic. Once he arrives, we will reestablish the new quorum. So we're going to go to item number 2, public comments for items not on the agenda. The board welcomes public comment on any item not on the agenda. The board will extend 2 minutes to any speaker to speak on any topic that is not already before the board for discussion today. Is there any public comment from those in the audience? Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
I believe the mics are on. I think so.
Let's see, are they on? Can you hear me? So I
Hello.
believe we have 2 minutes each, right?
Yes.
You can have 2 minutes each.
I am Ruby. I am the Executive Officer of the California State Society for Opticians. Very delighted to be this time around because Myrtle is one of the 5 of our apprentices who's going to go on to be an optometrist. And she has decided to apply at this school. So we're very proud of her. And of the 5, one of them will be graduating as an optometrist next year. And 2 of them are going to be going into medical school to be ophthalmologists. So we're very excited. we don't know how this miracle happened, but we keep inviting them. So here's Meryl. Thanks.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Myrtle Prabhakar, and I am currently a part of the California State Society of Opticians Apprenticeship Program through Chabot College in Hayward. I graduated from UC Davis in 2024 with a degree in global disease biology, and I'm currently on the pre-optometry track, as Ruby mentioned. Today, I'll be speaking about our program and also reflecting on my experience being a part of the program. So I started working as an optometric technician at a private practice back in 2023, and most of what I had learned at that time came from what I learned directly on the job. When my role switched to optical sales, I realized that there were still some gaps in my knowledge that I wanted to fill to better address patients' questions and concern. I saw that fitting patients into the right pair of glasses requires strong optical knowledge in order to tailor the right recommendations to fit their unique lifestyles and preferences. That process involves being inquisitive when addressing patients' questions, creative thinking, and also a strong understanding of optical technologies. Being in this field showed me that constant learning is essential, not only to stay current with new innovations, but also to allow patients to stay informed of their options and give them the best care possible. I believe that when we're confident in our knowledge, our patients can also feel confident in the decisions that they make regarding their vision. With that in mind, I researched programs and eventually enrolled into this optician apprenticeship course to expand my knowledge and learn skills which could translate into my current and future career. Through this program, I have been able to connect what I see at work with the science behind it. The program is set up in an online classroom format organized as modules
30 seconds.
Worksheets, and practice quizzes. The modules cover a range of topics like ocular anatomy, dispensing theories, prescription interpretation, advanced optical concepts, contact lenses, and also laws and regulations as it pertains to our field. This is paired with in-person lab sessions where students get the opportunity to use optical instruments, work through calculations together, and apply what we have learned in real time. I'd also like to take a moment to highlight our program director, Ruby Garcia. Her mentor has encouraged hundreds of students to explore the field of optometry, eventually become ABO and NCLE certified, go on to becoming licensed opticians, or also pursue a Doctor of Optometry degree. But yeah, overall, this program has helped me gain more technical knowledge, increase my passion for eye care. It has shown me how education, collaboration, and compassion come together to create hardworking healthcare professionals who can contribute to better patient care. But yeah, thank you to the board for giving me your time for speaking, and also for supporting individuals like us who want to pursue a career in this field. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck on your education journey. We look forward to seeing your application for licensure soon.
President Charnak.
Hello, I'm Julie Charnak, the president of the university. We're really honored and privileged to host you today. For those of you who got to tour our facility, I hope you saw that we are doing our part and collaborative partners with you in developing the next generation of optometrists. We take them through their educational journey, and then we pass the baton and you take it from there to protect the public. So we're very honored to have you and continue to look forward to collaborative partnerships moving forward. I'm going to leave an information booklet off to the side that you could pick up on your own volition. If you'd like to know anything more about our institution, it gives you a little bit of a timeline. So thanks, and I hope you have a very productive meeting.
Thank you, President Charnak.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience like to have comment? It will open it up to anyone online or on the telephone.
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on something that is not on the agenda, you're welcome to press the hand icon to raise your hand. That icon should be at the bottom of your WebEx screen if you're logged in on a computer. If you're on a mobile device, that might be behind the 3 other options screen. And if you are a call-in user, you may press *3 to raise your hand. Any comments on an item not on the agenda? I do not see any raised hands. I will turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Member Bragg, if we can reestablish our updated quorum.
Member Clements?
Still here.
Member Dobbs.
Present.
Member Sue?
Present.
Member Cleffa?
Present.
Dr. Pruitt?
Here.
Dr. Teddy?
Present.
Dr. Bragg, present. Vice President Linden? Here. President Garcia?
Present. Thank you very much. We have a full quorum. We're going to move on to Action item number 3, discussion and possible action on meeting minutes. If there are any additions, corrections to the minutes, please say so now. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to accept them.
I've reviewed the minutes. I think they're complete. I'd move them.
Okay, we have a first. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Public comment.
Oh, public comment. I'm sorry. Any public comment from anyone in the audience on the minutes? Seeing none. Any public comment from anyone on the internet or on the phones?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the minutes, you're welcome to click the hand icon to raise your hand. Any comments on the minutes? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we'll go and continue with the roll call vote.
Member Clemens.
Aye.
Member Dawson.
Aye.
Member Sue.
Aye.
Member Cleva.
I'm going to abstain.
Pruitt.
Aye.
Dr. Ted.
Aye.
Dr. Bragg. Aye. Vice President Linden. Aye. President Garcia.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Minutes are accepted as written. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 4 on our agenda, discussion and possible action on Department of Consumer Affairs update. I believe we have them in mind. We do. Okay. Executive office.
If anyone in the audience is representing the executive, oh, thank you
I
very
think
much for the raised hand.
Yeah, moderator, I believe it's Julianne with the raised hand who's going to deliver this item.
Perfect. Julianne, you've got the freedom to unmute yourself now.
All right. Do you see and hear me?
I certainly do. Thank you.
All right. Good morning. My name is Julianne Allen with the Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. We are very excited to announce that Governor Newsom appointed 2 new members to the department's executive team. Lucy Saldivar has been appointed as the Board and Bureau Relations Deputy Director and will join the department on October 20th. Lucy has served as Chief of Staff in the office of Assemblymember Lisa Calderon since 2022 and Legislative Director from 2021 to 2022. She also held multiple roles in the office of Assemblymember Jackie Irwin from 2017 to 2021. Lucy is a member of the Hope Leadership Institute and the California Latino Capital Association Foundation. Shelley Jones began serving as the new Assistant Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations on September 25th. Shelley brings 29 years of experience working with boards and gubernatorial appointees. She has been with the department since 2015, serving in several capacities with Board and Bureau Relations, as well as DCA's strategic organizational leadership and individual development and organizational improvement offices. Prior to joining DCA, she served in multiple roles at the Juvenile Parole Board of the California Department of Corrections. We are very excited to have our new BBR team in place to serve and assist our boards and bureaus. As you may remember, board member orientation, or BMOT, must be completed within 1 year of appointment and reappointment to the board. Our next session will be held on October 22nd. We are working to schedule 2026 training dates. Board members can register for BMOT using DCA's Learning Management System, or LMS. Please reach out to Board and Bureau Relations with any questions or if any assistance is needed in accessing the training in LMS. The annual report is one of DCA's biggest projects. Staff work on this report throughout the year, gathering information and statistical data in order to complete a comprehensive report about the department's activities to submit to the legislature. On behalf of the director, thank you to board staff for your efforts and contributions. Published to the DCA website late this summer, the annual report has a wealth of information and memorializes all the great work done by so many throughout the department. DCA encourages board members to take the time to review the report and use it as a resource. October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and a time the DCA works to raise awareness about digital security and staying safe online. As our lives and business operations become more digital, the opportunities for cyber criminals increase. Threats like phishing, ransomware, and identity theft are no longer rare or isolated events. They're daily risks that DCA works hard to mitigate. This Cybersecurity Awareness Month, DCA is reminding all boards and bureaus to think before you click. One small click can have big consequences. Here are 4 quick tips to help you stay safe. 1. Think before you click. Don't open links or attachments from unknown sources. 2. Update regularly. Keep software and devices updated to patch known vulnerabilities. For those of you using DCA-owned devices, there's no need to worry. DCA's Office of Information Security, OIS, handles updates for you automatically to ensure your system stays secure. 3. Use strong passwords. The stronger the password, the harder it is to crack, and the safer your data remains. 4. Back it up. Regularly back up your data to a secure location in case of attacks or loss. For DCA-owned devices, again, there's no need to take action. OIS automatically manages backups to keep your data safe and recoverable. Please remember, cybersecurity is everyone's responsibility. Should you encounter suspicious emails or other activities, please report it immediately to your executive officer. Your vigilance helps us take swift action to protect everyone. If you have any questions, please contact Board and Bureau Relations. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. Please let me know if you have any questions or need any assistance.
Thank you, Julianne Allen. Any questions from the board? No, seeing none. Move on to budget. Yep. Okay, we're going to move on to item 4B, which is the Budget Office Fund Condition. Joining today virtually from the Budget Office is Nicole Dragoo, Budget Manager, and Emily Molina, Budget Analyst. Mr. Gu and Ms. Molina will present the board's revenue, expenditures, and fund condition. Can you hear us?
Moderator, I see them online. They may need to unmute. Oh, there's Emily.
Good morning. My name is Emily Molino. I am a budget analyst with the DCA Budget Office. I'm here alongside Nicole Dragoo, Budget Manager. I want to thank the board and the executive staff for allowing me to present on agenda item 4BI, the board's expenditures and fund condition statement. First, I'm going to start with the board's expenditures, attachment 4BI, page 1 of your materials. These expenditures are based on actual data through fiscal month 13. As we move to the end of the document, you will see the board had a beginning base budget of $4.087 million and spent a little over $2.9 million, creating a reversion to the board's fund of approximately $1.18 million, a reversion percentage of 28.79%. The next document I will be going over is the board's revenue report, attachment 4BI, page 2 of your materials. This report includes receipts collected through June. I'll go further into the board's collected revenues as we transition to the next slide. The next document is attachment 4BI, page 3 of your materials. This is the board's fund condition statement. As a reminder, we read this document from top to bottom and left to right. The left column is the board's 2024-25 actuals. It shows the board began 2024-25 with a balance of $2.931 million, and the board collected $3.345 million in revenues, with $427,000 from initial license fees, $2.596 million from license renewals, and $322,000 collected from the issuance of citations, fines, delinquent fees, and other revenue. For current year, 2025-26, the board projects revenues of $3.346 million, with $448,000 projected from initial license fees, $2.749 million from renewal fees, and $149,000 from the issuance of citations, fines, delinquent fees, and other revenue. The board's 2025-26 expenditures are based on the 2025 Budget Act with FM13 actuals at $4.304 million between authorized expenditures and direct draws to the fund, leaving the board with fund balance of approximately $2.114 million or 5.8 months in reserve. The Budget Office will continue to monitor the board's revenue and expenditures and report back to the board with monthly expenditure projections as we move through fiscal year 2025-26. A few things to note of the board's fund condition. The fund condition is a snapshot in time. One of the main factors driving expenditure increases in future years is a result of personal service adjustments. These include general salary increases as well as employee compensation and retirement rate adjustments. The Budget Office includes a conservative ongoing 3% increase to expenditures on the fund condition statement to account for these ongoing incremental adjustments. You will also notice revenue is projected static in the out years. I would also like to note to the board that any future legislation or unanticipated events could result in the board's need for additional resources, which would create cost pressure on the fund. Again, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present at today's board meeting, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Any question from board members?
Couple things that I want to just highlight. And thank you very much, Emily and Nicole, for putting together these documents for us. You also have a fourth page, a second fund condition in your materials, which we call a mock fund condition. The main difference between the mock fund condition and the fund condition that we just discussed is that the mock fund condition does not make the assumption that we fully expend our authorized expenditures. So if you look at the fund condition that was just presented, the first fund condition, if you will, and you look at current year and budget year and the years outgoing, you see an expenditure projection that's north of 4 million. That's what we are authorized to spend. What the mock fund condition shows you is what we project is more likely that we're going to spend. We do not fully expend our budget. As you just heard, we have a significant reversion. Reversion just means money you did not spend that you could have spent. So we like to show this second fund condition, which again, we consider to be a mock fund condition, because we think it shows a little bit more realistic picture of what we think we're going to actually spend in the current year, the next year, and the years looking out into the future. So that's just a comment about the two different fund conditions that you see and why we like to present the second mock fund condition. A couple highlights that I want to mention from the actual numbers. You may have noticed it, but we turned a surplus in the most recent fiscal year, 24-25. That's the first time we've turned a surplus in many years. It might be since before COVID that we last had a surplus on a fiscal year basis. This is a combination of several factors. One, in July of 2024, our fee increase proposal was implemented, where we raised almost all fees to their statutory caps. We had projected that doing so would bring in close to $600,000 in new revenue. We nearly achieved that projection. So one of the reasons why the fund condition had a surplus is again due to the fact that the fee increase that we realized the expected revenues from that fee increase. It's also a result of the ongoing work that we've been doing over the last several years as a board to be mindful of our costs and control what we can control in that area. We don't have a lot of direct control over salaries and benefits. Those are negotiated outside of what we are able to control. But there are other things that we can influence in terms of our budget. So we renegotiated our lease a year or so ago and realized some savings on a both monthly and obviously annual basis there. We have reduced some positions from our org count. 2.5, 3 years ago, we had 19.9 positions authorized on our org chart. We now have 16. So a combination of these items and others resulted in us achieving a surplus this year. Perhaps a word of caution, however. In my estimation, I don't believe that this fund condition is on a sustainable path in terms of the out years. Now, it's good that we turned a surplus. That improves the fund balance, that gives us more months in reserve. But why might I be suggesting that this wouldn't be, necessarily a cause for great celebration? Well, $153,000 of our revenue came from interest income, something we don't control, right? That's subject to the economy. The surplus that we turned was $141,000. So if you eliminate the interest income, there is no surplus. Just 5, 6, 7 years ago, we were in a zero interest rate environment. Nobody was really counting on any interest income in terms of the bottom line to the fund. We are living in an environment where we're very happy to receive that interest income, but it may not always be there. When we do budget building, we do not factor in interest income to our revenues, right? So it's great that we realize that and receive it, but it's not an input to the budget building. The second item here is citations. citations were about $100,000 of revenue last year. So about 250,000 of revenue came from what I would maybe consider volatile sources or sources that you really shouldn't factor into your budget. In a perfect world, there is no citation revenue, right? And so you really shouldn't count on that in terms of how you're projecting your budget. So if you eliminate those two inputs, we did not have a surplus actually in fiscal year 24-25. So just a little bit of a word of caution. It's good that we turned to surplus. We didn't realize an actual deficit this year. We should celebrate that. But I don't necessarily believe from my vantage point that this puts the fund on a sustainable path in the out years. As we've talked about when we initiated the fee proposal, we did not believe that the fee regulation was going to solve all of our problems. And I think this fund condition just further demonstrates that. So not trying to be try to downplay what we achieved last year, but I just want to be forthright and honest with the board about those two inputs really helped us achieve that surplus, and they may not always be there. Any questions from members regarding the fund condition?
I have a question on the renewal fees. That seems to be the primary source of income for the board. So can you speak to why you project that to be flat for the out years?
Yeah, I think in budgets, feel free to chime in here to help me out if I get any of this wrong. I think you're absolutely right, Dr. Tedder. The renewal fees are overwhelmingly the bulk of our revenue. It jumps off the page. We stay constant and conservative. I think it's just the guiding principle. Those numbers will change as we get further down the road, but I think the guiding principle is to just stay conservative on the projections. Budgets, is there anything else to add to that?
Yes, thank you, Greg. I did want to add that each budget building season, which we are currently in right now, we assess renewal fees and all revenue fees. So you will see those updates in the governor's budget release in January. So we do keep them static to remain conservative, just to give the most accurate picture, but this will be changing in January.
So yeah, just put a little color behind that for you, Dr. Tedder and the board. The governor owes the budget he has to release the budget. I think it's by Jan 10 of every year in the Constitution. And so as Nicole was just saying, we're in the middle of all of that budget planning and building right now. These numbers are more fluid probably right now than they would be a few months down the road from now. So as we get into our next board meeting in January and into the spring, more detail and information will be available because of that budget process. I don't want to say it will have concluded at that point, but we're further along in the budget process. Jan 10 is when the budget proposal must be released, and then there's what's called the May revise that happens around the second week of May when an updated budget proposal is due from the governor. So more information in detail, I think, to come on these numbers, but we inherently want to stay conservative. I'd rather get it, sort of my principle here is I'd rather get it wrong by having a surplus, right, than get it wrong by having a deficit. So we try to under project or stay conservative, and if we get it wrong, it just means a good thing that we got it wrong. So
Thank you.
Any more comments from members on anything on agenda item number 4?
I have a question.
Yes.
It was just to build on the other member's comment regarding the what we call the mock page.
yeah.
The income is identical between the original page and this one.
Mhm.
So all of the increases have been built into both sets of numbers, right? So
Yes.
the increase in fees and all of that
Yes.
is all here.
Yes.
Okay, so the only thing that changed on the mock is expenditures then.
Yeah, the only thing that is changed on the mock is down in the expenditures, and it's the first line, the Department of Consumer Affairs. That we project, we build a growth factor of 5% on top of that number because we think that's the more realistic number to what we're going to spend. So last year we spent just under 2.9 million in DCA support. We're tagging a small percentage growth factor onto that number to estimate what we think is more likely to spend this year. In other words, we're not going to go from spending 2.9 million in DCA support last fiscal year and then go to 4 million this year, which is what the official budget fund condition shows. Because again, it assumes that we're fully expending the authorized expenditure. But I know or feel very confident that that's not going to happen. And so, you know, expenditures do go up every year, salaries and bennies do go up. And so we just tag a 5% growth factor onto last year's expenditure to try to project what we believe this year will be.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from board members? Okay, seeing none, we're going to open it up for any comments for those online or on the internet.
And this is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment about the budget report, you are welcome to click the hand icon in order to raise your hand. Are there any comments on the budget report or the executive report? I do not see any raised hands. I will turn the meeting back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, moderator. We'll move on to agenda item number 5, discussion and possible action on executive officer's report. Neil Pruden.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Budgets, for all your work and presentation on that last item. Thank you. This is agenda item 5, discussion and possible action on the executive officers program. Executive officers report. We're going to start with the program update. First item that I want to discuss with you all is the completion of our sunset review process with an eye toward implementation as the next step. So our sunset bill was SB 776, and it received final passage in the legislature, was sent to the governor's office on September 23rd. The governor signed the bill on October 13th, this Monday, and so the bill is been chaptered. It will take effect on Jan 1 of 2026. We have not been waiting for that signature because there's a variety of implementation steps that we must complete to actually implement the sunset bill. And so we have begun that process working with DCA and our IT folks to implement most of these provisions which will need to be implemented on Breeze, which is our online licensing platform. Just a few highlights of what those implementation items are going to be. So we have to amend every application to make email a required submission. Right now, email is optional for all applicants and licensees. One of the provisions in the sunset bill is to make email a required item. So we need to change all of the applications that contain an email ask and make it a mandatory requirement that it be filled out. We have to remove a governing rule. Right now, mobile optometric offices, the mobile clinics, are limited in how many permits, how many mobile clinics they can have. The law limits it at 12. The sunset bill removes that, so we need to undo that governing rule, which right now would prevent anybody from getting a 13th. We also have to change the reporting requirement for mobile optometric. Right now, they have the choice of choosing to report on a quarterly or an annual basis. The sunset bill standardized the reporting period to be an annual basis on or before Jan 1. There's a variety of other changes that we're going to have to implement on Breeze, but I just wanted to highlight a few of those. It's important for the board to also know that implementation doesn't just mean changing some of the IT business processes. We're also going to have to update some of the regulations that support these business processes. There are a variety of these regulations that we're going to have to amend or change. And so those items will need to come before the board. A good example of that is, again, the governing rule of 12 for mobile optometric. It's written into the regulation that you cannot have more than 12. Now the statute has eliminated that prohibition. We need to update the regulations so that we're consistent. We don't want to have stale, outdated language on our regulations that might confuse licensees, consumers, and applicants. One of the other things that we realized as we went through sunset review is that there's a variety of other changes, regulatory changes, that we need to accommodate or deal with from prior sunset reviews that weren't accomplished from prior sunset reviews. A good example of this is that nearly a decade ago, statute repealed the ability for the board to sponsor a foreign graduate to take the national board exams. The law once had a process for the board to do that, to again sponsor a foreign graduate to sit for the national board exams. That law was repealed by the legislature nearly a decade ago, yet we still have a regulation on our books that says that the board can sponsor a foreign graduate for sitting for the national exams. That causes confusion. Every so often, we get a handful of folks during the year that reach out and say, hey, I see that regulation. Tell me about that process. And now we're trying to explain the difference between statute and regulation, and that's a losing enterprise. So we need to update our regulations that are outdated and stale. So we'll be working with Reg Council on that and presenting plans to the board at future meetings to deal with these regulations. I want to give a staffing update as well for the Board of Optometry. We had 2 vacancies with recent active recruitments that we have spoken to you all about, our policy analyst position and our administrative analyst position. I'm not going to take the thunder away from our licensing presentation, but I'm proud to announce that we have filled the policy analyst position, and Erica can talk a little bit more about that when she's presenting. We are still recruiting for the admin analyst position. That position is still ongoing. We are going to need to re-advertise that position, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to introduce a candidate to the board in 2026. At the bottom of this item, 5A, is a current organizational chart, so you can view how we are presently set up. A few updates in terms of board communications and publications. We released our summer newsletter, The Spectacle, in September. It's hyperlinked within the board materials today. But also just want to make a public announcement about this is a newsletter where we are happy to receive articles from outside stakeholders. So for anybody listening or watching later, if you have an idea or an article that you want to see us talk about or write about, or you want to submit one yourself, we would be happy to accept that, review it, and consider it for inclusion in a future newsletter. We also recently toured a testing location in Sacramento, which I thought was very eye-opening for our licensing staff that were able to attend that. Erica will talk a little bit more about that as well. But I also just want to make, again, the announcement that the board publishes an exam bulletin on our website, and it's also hyperlinked in the materials today for all optometry candidates who are taking the California Law and Regulations exam. This exam bulletin basically tells you everything you need to know about the exam. If you need accommodations or other assistance, that information is contained. It also importantly contains all of the links to the laws that you need to review and know about to be successful. And it also includes a few practice questions. So I want to make sure that folks are aware of our exam bulletin. This time of the year, we're very busy because the students are back in school. And so we've been busy giving presentations to various classes of the 3 optometry schools that we have in California. In August, I provided a presentation to the first years at UC Berkeley. On October 3rd, we participated in a summit meeting held at Western University in Pomona. That was a meeting that brought together the 3 deans and the California Optometric Association. On October 5th, we provided a presentation to 4th-year students at UC Berkeley. On Monday, I'll be giving a presentation to 1st-year students at Western. And I need to get a presentation on the books with Ketchum. So I know President Shornack is smiling here in the room. So we'll make sure we get that on the books, and I'll be reaching out to Dean Borsting on that soon as well. So busy time of the year right now with our presentations. So that's what I had for program update for item 5A. I'm happy to take any questions from the members before we solicit input from public. Okay.
Seeing none.
Yeah.
Any comments from the audience? Ruby?
Great to hear all those presentations.
Thank
I
you.
just want to invite you to, we have some certification with opticians, and hopefully we can invite you to have a virtual meeting with us.
Please
Just a
do.
virtual, because you have quite a few throughout the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby.
Okay.
Any comments from anyone virtually or on the phone?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on this portion of the executive officer's report, you may raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon. If you're on a mobile device, that hand icon might be at the behind the 3-dot other options. If you're on a computer, it should be along the bottom row of your WebEx screen. Any comments? I do not see any raised hands. I turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you, moderator. We'll move on to agenda item 5B, enforcement program. Theo Pruden.
I'm going to give an update for this item 5B, which is the enforcement program update. Our enforcement manager, Brad Garding, was unable to join us today just due to a family emergency. So I'll be covering this for him, but I know he looks forward to joining us at a future meeting. I think the first thing to highlight within the enforcement program stats is in your memo, that second paragraph. We're on pace to have a higher caseload this year than we realized last year. A lot of that is due to the unlicensed activity cases that we've been focusing on and discussing with you all. Just in the first quarter of the current fiscal year, we have received the same number of unlicensed activity cases in one quarter that we had for all of the fiscal year last year, at least for opticianry. Now, the number is not a huge number, it's 23, but multiply that by 4, and if it continues, we'll have a much higher caseload of unlicensed activity cases than what we had again for last year. So that's one thing to highlight. This is a result of a lot of the work that staff is doing, researching and trying to identify and locate unlicensed activity. A lot of these cases involve our non-resident ophthalmic lens dispenser registration type. These are the online sellers located out of state who are selling into California. Especially around this time of the year, we see a rise of cosmetic contact lenses and other products like that because of Halloween. We see companies selling on TikTok and other social media accounts and platforms, as well as just general websites. So we do internet searching and researching to try to locate and identify these companies, and then we perform our outreach to make them aware of the registration requirements, and we end up in an enforcement lane if necessary. So a lot of these cases for the opticianry unlicensed practice are in that category. The other thing to note for this last quarter or this first quarter of the current fiscal year is that our CE audits did increase compared to the final quarter of the previous year. We did 50 in the quarter, which is the largest number of audits that we've done in more than a year. So we're encouraged by that. If we keep that pace up, we'll break about 200. We'll hit about 200 cases for CE audits. Just as a reminder, we did about 120, 130 last year. So we would be encouraged by that increase. The team is hard at work on those cases. Unfortunately, as you'll see once again in the CE audit stats, the pass rate is not where we want it to be. And so for that quarter one, 66% passed. That's 17 fails of the 50 that we did. So that is a consistent or similar pass rate to what we had for the prior fiscal year. But as we've discussed at these board meetings, that number needs to be much higher. The pass rate for audits should be 90+%. And the fact that it's not is a problem. So we will continue to do outreach and work with stakeholders on this issue. Just in our most recent newsletter that we just released last month is a big section about CE and Q&A. There's FAQs in there, a lot of information. So we would ask that our licensees pay attention to the CE requirements and comply with them. Continuing on in the stats, we report, as we normally do, the quarter's discipline and citation activity. So you can find that in the memo as well for item 5BI. And then we have the actual stats. So again, I think the main noteworthy item within these stats is that the unlicensed activity cases are increasing, and that's largely because of, again, the work that staff is doing to identify them. So I'm happy to take any questions from the members on the enforcement report and stats.
Member Clements?
Thanks for that report. A couple of questions. Regarding out-of-state sellers, is it the department's perspective that there are many more out there? Are we catching all of those or most of those that exist? And the connected question to that is the cost of the staff time, the resources that we put into it, being made up by the enforcement penalties we are assessing, whether or not we're collecting them?
Yeah.
Is that equal, greater than, less than?
Those are good questions. I'll take the second one first.
And I understand that the answer to the first one may be anecdotal. You don't know what you don't know.
Well, I think I'll start there then. I think it's whack-a-mole. I mean, it's so easy to, in today's age, create a web store, right? For lack of a better phrase, and sell whatever it is you want to sell. It's very hard to know what the universe or population of this is. We're talking not just about folks that are located out of state, but we're also talking about folks that are located out of country. And that becomes even more difficult with, borders and language and everything else to deal with. So I think we're barely scratching the barrel on this. I mean, the non-resident registration type has about 28 registrations that we've issued. There's probably thousands of companies out there that are engaged in this space. So it's very hard to know and find them all. It's performing Google internet searching doesn't take a whole lot of time. And when we do that, our staff can identify, half a dozen to a dozen fairly quickly. It's not that hard to find some of them. Then getting them to comply becomes a different question, right? And so we have issued, I think in this most recent quarter, you do see there were a few citations issued to these entities. We cite them at the highest amount that we can for unlicensed activity, which is $5,000. We have had one or two, I believe, pay and come into compliance and actually register. So that is encouraging. But enforcing against unlicensed activity is always a very hard thing to do. You can't ever really compel somebody to make that payment or make that application. It would be very hard to turn these cases over to a district attorney and get them to go after a non-state actor, I think, too. So I feel right now that the sort of, cost benefit, if you will, is being met. We have brought several folks into licensure. We have had good response from some entities. There are other entities that it's been very difficult to have them respond.
Sure. Understood. And I wanted to lay that down as a base because that was my expectation of the crux of the answer. Dealing with unlicensed, out of state, out of country actors is difficult. Dealing with people that you regulate directly is a lot more simple. So I'd ask the same set of questions about continuing education. Given the statistics based on the audit, I would expect that there are also there's a broad pool of folks out there who are not keeping up with their CE requirements. And I'm curious about the cost benefit analysis on that one as well. I would imagine that we're much closer to 100% compliance. When we send you a bill and say you want to keep your license, you need to pay a fine and get your hours in.
In that context, you won't be able to renew.
Correct.
Unless you've paid the fine.
So is the cost benefit analysis of our enforcement work for CE audits positive, neutral, or does it cost us money to do it?
Most of the It doesn't cost us money to do it. Most of the citation revenue that we realized last year came from CE violations.
Right.
Now, I don't think you're asking it this way. We're not required to do an audit. It's permissive in the law. The legislature expects us to do it. And we got dinged 2 sunsets ago, not the most recent one, but the one before that, because we weren't doing audits. And when we were doing audits, they were hit or miss, and it didn't show a lot of compliance. And so we promised 5 years ago that we would seek resources, staffing resources, and start an audit program. And that's what we did. And so we've been doing audits now pretty much since I got on board 3 years ago, and we've been doing them pretty consistently since then. But both of the last 2 fiscal years, citation revenue eclipsed 100,000. And that was largely, again, because of CE violations. So I think the cost benefit, the benefit is there in terms of the program, but I would love to see that revenue go down to 0 because we're having 100% compliance.
Right. And human nature dictates that's not going to happen unless it goes up first. As a public member of this board and somebody who avidly consumes spectacles and contact lenses, and I have a new optometrist. She's pretty fantastic, and she's giving me ideas about things that are coming out soon. I want to see my practitioners know exactly what it is they're supposed to do. I want to make sure that my colleagues on the board who work in this industry and everyone else is up to date in their education. It's mandatory.
Yes.
I am wondering if you have any latitude or any ability without going and attempting to drag more money out of the state to reallocate money so that we could triple or quadruple, or I don't know, just ramp up the number of audits that we are doing. I'm not trying to make more money for CSBO.
Yeah.
As you've stated, I am trying to make sure that the policy objective of making sure that all of those whom we regulate are up to date with their CE requirements is out there. And if suddenly everyone's getting audited and a bunch of people, the 2 pages in the spectacle grows to 12, and everybody sees a name on there of, oh, I went to school with that guy, that's probably pretty embarrassing, et cetera. The word would get around, and I believe it would be a self-correcting issue in a year or 2. If it's cost neutral or better, it doesn't seem there's any impediment to us over leveraging resources into that for a while to remind the people who we regulate and love that they need to actually keep up their end of the bargain. Is that something that you could look into, that you could temporarily shift resources around so that we could achieve the policy result that I think we're all in favor of?
I think, so the answer is yes. And I think we are doing some of what you're asking about right now already. So a couple meetings ago, we introduced or informed the board that we had hired a new enforcement analyst. That enforcement analyst has a portion of their duties that we amended in that job recruitment that involves them in CE. So we once only had one person. We now have a second person who's not full-time doing CE audits, but does help out. That may be why the numbers went up this most recent quarter compared to the prior quarter before that. I don't know if this would be a bigger, larger discussion with budget office and others about whether bringing on a new body, a new person, a new position would be possible or doable. That's a different, longer conversation. But within what we have right now, resource-wise, we have started some of that. So I'm hopeful that the numbers will continue at the pace that we are at and even grow.
I do think this is something that could be very helpful. Like you, I am concerned that only 2/3 of those we are auditing are passing the audit. And how many optometrists are there in the state of California?
It's about 8,000 licensed.
All right. So we looked at 50 of them.
Yeah.
Even assuming that you got lucky and found a larger number than usual of scofflaws, there's a huge pool of people out there who are ignoring their continuing education requirements.
Yes.
And that strikes me as something where we should act.
Yes.
So maybe 3 or 4 more people just for a year.
Yeah, we'll have those conversations.
Thank you.
We're getting close to 10.
Yeah, we want to get to members too. I want to make the members, just remind the members, we have a 10 a.m. certain time, certain start for a public petition. So We do need to try to wrap up this item. We'll probably need to pause and pick up 5C and 5D following that item. But member Sue, you had a comment.
Yeah, I just had a question. Are we utilizing AI to do some of the work?
No.
Are we allowed to?
The only authorized AI agent that our employees are allowed to use is, and I'm blanking on what Microsoft calls a Copilot, I believe. We are not allowed to use ChatGPT or any other AI, and Copilot does not have the abilities to audit, if that's what you're suggesting.
No, I mean, just all aspects,
Yeah.
like, anything that can improve the efficiency.
There's a lot of conversations happening around AI. I mean, one of the things that I was interested in about it was whether we could have like an AI chat box that popped up on the website, like you go to companies and then you can engage there. I don't know whether those things are possible or not. Again, we're beholden to Copilot and no other.
There are regs prevent us from using.
I don't know if we have any regs. I think it's just the security protocols that we're beholden to as part of the department, but I can look into it and follow up.
Because I've been, doing workshops
Yeah.
on AI the past couple of weeks. It's amazing that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's a few other DCA boards that are maybe a little bit further along in looking at it. I think like engineers and architects, because it's becoming a big part of their day-to-day industry and things like that. But we're not using it for any of our work presently. Yeah. I think we maybe have quick time to just check public comment on this item, council, and then we can pause and we need to do our get to our petition.
Yeah, I have a question when we
Sure.
come back.
Okay.
Want me to do it now or?
Well, go ahead and ask it now.
Oh, real fast. We've got 66% failure. Have we drilled down as to why? In other words, are they missing type of unit, number of unit? Do we know that?
I don't know it specifically for this population of folks, but I will tell you, that's why I was kind of smiling and chuckling. I have been asked this question by lots of folks, stakeholders, the association, others. The overwhelming majority of people, and the last time I crunched the numbers, it was about 86%, were failing because they simply didn't do the hours. They acknowledge that. I didn't do the 50. So I mean, sometimes we get comments like, I've been a license for 30 years. Nobody's audited me before.
Okay.
Most people are not failing for any other reason. They just didn't do 50. They didn't do, I'm glaucoma certified. You only submitted 5 hours of glaucoma. You got to do 10. You failed. You didn't meet the requirement.
All right. Because there have been issues raised talking about pending approval versus approval, talking about other aspects of the units where someone may in good faith believe they completed it, but they didn't. So that maybe needs to be a discussion we have on that.
Yeah, I think you might be referring to something you guys are going to talk about later. But I will just again reiterate that that is not what we're finding in the audits that we are performing.
Okay, but is it something we can put on the agenda for a future discussion about how to ensure that these hopefully selective people who do their best and then come up short for reasons beyond their control can be accommodated in something?
Let's remember to bring that up on item 10.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, just to wrap up. So are there any public comments for anyone on the phone or on the internet? So we can wrap up 5B.
Yes, this is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the 5B, the enforcement program report, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon. Any comments on the enforcement report? I do not see any raised hands. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you very much. So we'll return to 5C after. Oh, we did. Yeah. We'll return to 5C after item 6. Moving on to.
Yeah, so we're going to move to our item 6, I believe it is, which
Yes.
is our petition. We have a time certain start on that. So I need to move off the dais and we'll get quickly set up and see if our petitioner and folks are ready to go. And then we'll have that discussion with us. Are you Judge Russell?
Yes.
Should I take my spot, Jeff Russell?
That's fine.
Do you need a copy of the? You have it. Okay.
But I don't have the. Evidence.
Okay.
So that's good.
That's this.
Okay.
Give this to our petition.
Okay.
This is flexible. It's on.
Okay.
Thank you for being here.
Just for my information, will this be the extent of the board?
Yes.
Excuse me. Gentlemen.
Oh, Greg.
Greg.
May I ask that I just need to just address the board for a few minutes without the petition being present or the
Okay.
petitioner's
I can
attorney.
take your petition.
Just give me about 3 to 5 minutes to do that. Yeah, but I just wanted to.
So yeah, just where would you want people to set us, here, get some more shares?
Who is the gentleman?
I'm with the Attorney General's office.
Okay, you can stay. I thought it was Miss Bo who is, but that's okay. You're Miss T. Good morning, everyone.
This is the moderator. Did you want to have the WebEx public included?
No,
in
no,
this?
thank you for asking. This is private off the record, so whatever electronic recording that's occurring, can you stop that?
Certainly, one quick sec while I put you into a private session.
Yes.
Let's see.
I think we're just.
Morning, we are on the record in the matter of the petition for Eon Lee and Eon Lee. Before this California State Board of Optometry, Department of Consumer Affairs. This number is 420-202-1000021. Today's date is Friday, October 17th, 2025. My name is Jennifer M. Russell. I'm the administrative law judge presiding over the matter. Office of Straight Hearings. OAH case number is 2025-09-0600. At this time, may I have appearances, beginning with the representative from the Attorney General's office.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy Attorney General Michael Yee, last name spelled Y-I, appearing on behalf of the people of the state of California, pursuant to Government Code Section 11522.
Thank you very much. And petitioner, would you please state your name for the record and spell it?
My name is William Lee, W-Y-E-N, last name is L-E-E.
Ms. Lee, you're representing yourself here today, correct? I would like to briefly explain to you the proceedings before we begin. With the petition for reduction of penalties, you will have the burden of proving by clear and convincing evidence that the petition should be granted. You will have an opportunity to present documents in support of your petition. I already have before me documents that were submitted in connection with your petition. You can call witnesses to testify. Mr. Lee, who represents the people of California pursuant to the statute, Government Code 11522, will have an opportunity to make open statements, to explain the government's position regarding your request for reduction of penalty. The king will have an opportunity to examine you or anyone else testifying on behalf of the king. He will also have the opportunity to object to any of the documents that's offering, raise objections to any of the documents that's offering this petition. Okay? Throughout the proceedings, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, and I will answer to the best of my ability. But you should keep in mind that I'm not providing you with any legal counsel or advice because I'm not your attorney. You understand? And I would like to briefly explain to you the purpose of the members of the board. The members of the board, their role is to hear and analyze the evidence that is coming in, the testimony and the documents. At the conclusion of hearing, we will be in a private session and deliberate and reach a conclusion. I will hear a proposed decision, I will hear a decision that embodies the determination, the findings that the members of the board have reached, okay? And that decision will be presented to you at a meeting. Do you have any questions? No. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Lee, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I'd like to proceed by identifying the people's hearing exhibits before requesting that they be admitted.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Exhibit 1 is the petition for reduction of penalty, a supporting letter from petitioner. Exhibit 2 is the notice of hearing and revised amended notice of assigned hearing date. Exhibit 3 is a certification of registration history for petitioner. Exhibit 4 is the decision and order in accusation case number 420-2021-000029 with the stipulated settlement and accusation. Exhibit 5 is a probation letter to petitioner for reporting period April to June 2024 and related emails. Exhibit 6 consists of a quarterly report of compliance from petitioner dated July 17, 2024, related emails, and quarterly reports of compliance dated September 30, 2024, and January 2, 2025, and a completed community service form for Angel Food. Exhibit 7 is a completed community service form for Korean Education Center. Exhibit 8 are completed community service forms for Angel Food. Exhibit 9 consists of a quarterly report of compliance from petitioner dated April 2, 2025, with a completed community service form for Angel Food, a quarterly report of compliance from petitioner dated July 3, 2025, a completed community service form for Angel Food, with a quarterly report of compliance from petitioner dated October 3, 2025, with a completed community service form for Angel Food. Exhibit 10 is a probation letter to petitioner for reporting period July to September 2025. Exhibit 11 are continuing education certificates for petitioner. Exhibit 12 consists of a probation letter to petitioner for a partial reporting period in June 2024, a related email, and a probation letter to petitioner for reporting period July to September 2024, related email, and a probation letter to petitioner for reporting period October to December 2024. Exhibit 13 consists of probation letters to petitioner for reporting period January to March and April to June 2025. I request that exhibit 1 through 13 be admitted.
Before we do that, Miss Lee, would you turn to Exhibit 3? That is the certification of your registration history. I would like you to take a moment to review it and let me know whether it accurately reflects the current status of your licensure.
Everything is correct and everything is activated now.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Exhibits 1, the jurisdictional document are admitted. Ms. E, the jurisdictional documents are not evidence. They're here to establish my authority to proceed with this matter, okay? It's the license certification, which you've just verified, in Exhibit 3 is also admitted. Do you have any objections to Exhibits 4 through 13?
I don't think so.
Okay, Exhibits 4 through 13 are admitted. Ms. Deeb?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will not provide a summary of the case. The board issued registered dispensing ophthalmic business number RDO 71134 to petitioner on January 19, 2021. The board issued spectacle lens dispenser number SLD 42244 to petitioner on December 28, 2020. The board issued contact lens dispenser number CLD 8888 to petitioner on January 11, 2023. The board filed accusation number 420-2021-000029 against petitioner on August 28, 2023, alleging causes for discipline for unprofessional conduct under Business and Professions Code Section 3110 and employing an unlicensed individual based on allegations in paragraphs 10 and 11 in the accusation. Petitioner entered into a stipulated settlement effective on June 13, 2024, placing petitioner on probation for 3 years with terms and conditions. I'm not prepared to proceed with questions for petitioner unless petitioner wants to make an opening statement first.
I'm going to have Ms. Yee make an opening or make statements after she has been sworn in, because self-represented litigants have a tendency to provide evidentiary information, which I cannot consider unless they're sworn in, okay? If you'd like to examine Ms. Lee, I will swear her in for the purpose of the examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, would you please raise your right hand? In these proceedings, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth to the best of your recollection?
I will. I swear.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, I'm going to ask you to speak up a little louder so that everyone can hear you. Okay? Thank you. And I know that I've asked your name before, but as a witness, would you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Alicia Yu, Alicia, last name Yoo.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lee, why did you file the petition?
Why did you follow the petition? Oh, reason why, because I'm small business woman owner. I have 2 kids and then my employee is only 2. When I'm off from my business for, community services, my business, kind of in danger. So I know this is a really important matter. And then it sounds a little ridiculous when I do community services. I actually enjoyed it because I never do these things before in my whole life in the United States, but it was kind of meaningful to me. But if it is possible, I want to focus on my business more than this now, because after COVID, every small business is really hard. And I want to keep my own employee. For that, I need to stay to the store more than outside and doing these community services. So I want to asking you guys, give me a little mercy for keep my family members. That's why I request this.
What will you do to ensure that the alleged conduct will not be repeated if the petition is granted?
Oh, after this happening, I decided, I'm not gonna introduce or involve with optometry, office at all. And then I'm regretted, that I had a trouble with that patient before. And actually, the asking the doctor's license number is not my matter because optometry office is running like independently. But if it is possible, I will try to, see the doctors or license whoever work at my sublease office. That's what I can do, and I'm gonna try to do best services to my patient more, and yeah, something like that.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask members of the board if they have any questions for you. Okay, members of the board, do you have any questions for Ms. Lee at this time?
I have questions, if I may ask, Your Honor.
Yes, would you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, good morning, ma'am. My name is Robert Kleppa. I am a board member. So, Ms. Lee, couple questions. If I understood you correctly, you're saying one of the ways you would stop this from happening again would be to not work in an optometry office? Did I hear that correctly?
Is this happened because one of the part-time doctor, when major doctor out maternity leave, the part-time doctor has the board exam, but that doctor didn't have her license in the paper at the moment was like during the COVID. So paperwork, was really delayed. But the part-time doctor, I introduced to the primary doctor. And my inside of my optical shop, there's independent optometry office. But one of the patients get angry after continence exam, and after she filing the complaining to the board, and then because of that everything happened.
No, I understand the background. What I'm saying is for the future. You
In the
said
future,
how you're going to not allow this to happen again. And I wanted to see if I understood your response, that you're not going to have, what, optometrists work in your shop anymore? Is that?
oh, no. They gonna still working as independent office, but I mean, I'm not willing to introduce any, person to that office for
Oh,
it.
So you're
Yeah.
not going to do that again?
No,
Okay.
yeah.
Go ahead.
And please introduce yourself. Thank you.
So, Member Dr. Stacey Bragg, I did have a question. So you currently have an optometrist subleasing
Yes,
currently?
yes.
And if the same situation, if they need to go on leave and because they're responsible for paying their fill-in, what would you do if they found it on their own? Because you explained that you wouldn't help fill that vacancy for an optometrist, but the doctor finds someone on their own. What would you do? Would you check on the board website to guarantee that fill-in, because you guys are kind of interrelated? Would you take any steps to make sure that the person that is coming, whether you had anything to do with it, that they are licensed?
That's a really good question. After the happening, I asked to primary doctor, every part-time doctor, whoever, like even 1 day or 1 days a month work, like regularly work, please check their license first, because what I had before, I don't want that kind of same happening again. So now myself, I know how I can check the doctor's license, but actually I'm the optician, so I don't have a right to check their license. But I kinda, as an owner, because it's part of my responsibility, so I ask to, new primary doctor, please check, even though they work like 1 days a month.
I want to
I
let you
know-
know, as a public person, you have the right to check anyone's license from DCA.
Yeah,
Like you can check a
after-
podiatrist, a contractor, so you have every right to look up an optometrist to make sure that they're licensed.
Before I did not know, after that happening, I learned, I book marketed, and it was kind of shock how easy to, check it out. Yeah, now I completely know.
Just a moment. I just want to remind Ms. Lee, wait until the question is asked before you answer, because the court reporter can only record one person speaking. Okay, thank you. Sir.
Yes. I'm Member Dawson. First, thank you for coming and thank you for presenting your case. Is it my understanding that you believe that the part-time person was licensed, and then later on, after the complaint was filed, you realized that the person was not licensed?
To be honest with you, that person who didn't have a paper in her hand, she told me she passed the exam. So I thought, because I never been doctor, so like simply like my license, optician's license, who just passed it, they can work actually. And then like driver license, when we pass the exam, we have a kind of some paper, not a real ID, but we could drive. So I thought it's similar like that. I really not knowing it's that much serious.
Thank you.
Member Dr. Taylor Tedder, thank you for coming today and presenting your case. Is it my understanding that your business has continued to operate in the past year?
Yes.
And have you hired new staff, or how are you handling the dispensing of spectacle lenses in the past year?
Actually, she's my coworker too. She has an AVO and NCLE license. So when I'm off, she handle as a manager.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
I have a
Yes.
couple follow-ups if that's okay. Ms. Lee, I just wanted to look at the exhibits briefly. I was looking, for instance, at Exhibit 1, which I believe is the petition that you filed for ending probation. If you could turn to that so that we could all look at the same document. You tell me when you're there.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, on the second page, there are a whole bunch of check the boxes writing, and it's numbered 1 through 6 on the second page. See that?
Yes.
Okay. The last one, number 6, says, have you ever had disciplinary action taken against your optometric license in this state or any other state? You check no. Is that because you're not an optometrist and therefore you didn't think it applied?
Oh, yeah, I think I'm not optometry.
Okay.
Doctor, that's why.
I just wanted to have an understanding
Yeah.
of whether you understood you had discipline imposed, but since you're not an optometrist, you didn't think you had to say yes. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Another question I had, you submitted a letter that you attached to your petition. It's a handwritten letter. So if we can turn to that. Okay, I think it's page 3. You see that?
Yes, I can see.
Now, I assume you wrote or understood what you wrote in this letter, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, did you say handwritten letter?
I apologize, it is typed, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, it's a typed letter, my mistake. So, let's see, there was a statement here I wanted to ask you about. Let's see, there's a paragraph, let's see how far down. 2, 3. Okay, third from the top begins, additionally, as I am an optician. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then down at the bottom of that paragraph, it talks about imposing a 3-year probation on me appears excessively severe, especially considering that neither the optometry board regulations or general laws stipulate penalties for merely introducing or recommending an individual for employment. Do you see that sentence? Last sentence of that paragraph.
Yes, I can see that.
And you agree with that, right? Because you wrote it, so you agree with it.
Could you give me 1 second? Let me read and then try to understand one more time. 그걸 그러고 적은 거야? 그냥 소리만 시켜줬는데. Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, you understand that when you stipulated the discipline, you stipulated to having done something wrong. You understand that?
I understand.
Okay, and so this statement here about there are no real penalties, you understand that there were penalties for what you did, and you agreed to those penalties. Do you remember that?
Yes, I agreed.
Okay. So even though you stated this here, you do have an understanding as you sit here today that you did something wrong, and these penalties were imposed on you because you did something wrong. You understand?
I totally understand.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure about that. Okay, oh, and then if we can turn to Exhibit 5. Scroll down. Okay, so it's the, whoop, my computer's having fun stuff here. I'm trying to get to a letter that's included in Exhibit 5. So page 38. It's a typed letter. So it's the first page of it. Let's see if I can get to it. Mouse. There it is. First page of Exhibit 5. It's a letter addressed to you dated July 18, 2024. Do you see that letter?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the second full paragraph, it talks about a minor violation of probation. Do you see that there? It's the second full paragraph. There's a date, July 22nd, 2024. Next sentence is bolded and underlined. This is a minor violation of probation. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
So do you agree that you violated probation as noted in this letter?
Yes.
Okay. I have a concern that since you are trying to terminate probation early, and we have a violation on the record, do you understand that you need to be in compliance with probation up until it's terminated? Do you understand that?
I totally understand.
Okay. And this minor violation of probation is a concern to me. Is there some way you can reassure me that this type of violation would not occur again in the future if probation was terminated early?
이런 걸 빨리 끝내주면 나머지는 다 법을 지키는지 자기가 어떻게 확신을 하냐. That one, I can just explain to you just like this. I wanna keep everybody. I wanna, I'm not willing to against any law anymore. And I don't want to get any trouble. If I make one more trouble, I'm gonna lose my business. I cannot, supporting my family. Also, I cannot supporting my employee too. And then, my history, my blood and my wet, I might lose everything. So I can't tell you,
Okay, well, I guess what I'm hoping to hear from you is there are various reporting requirements that are part of your license. You understand?
Yes, I understand. That's why last whole year, I tried to, did everything, follow the instruction.
All right, so you can assure me that if we do terminate probation early, you will follow the rules, you will comply with all requirements, and you turn in any required documentation on time and accurately, right?
해주면 그 다음에 또 내라고 하는 거니까 다 제 시간에 다 내주거든요. Absolutely.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any additional questions? Okay.
Oh,
Yes,
this is Member Linden. Thank you for coming today. Just to kind of follow up on what was just raised, it also looks like when you had missed that deadline for turning in the quarterly report, it looks like you tried to submit some information to show it. Can you explain that a little bit? It looks like you had tried to send in community service documentation. So could you, I guess, just clarify if you had tried to meet the requirement? It seems like it was maybe unintentional. So if you just want to.
이게 언니가 일부러 그런 건 아닌 것 같은데 지금 이게 안 냈다고 그랬거든요. 이때 왜 안 냈는지 그때 상황이 어땠는지를 좀. I think I follow and then I submit the almost everything, but except the one of them, just one day late because I emailed to the monitor. My baby was really sick. So, please allow me to late just one day. But anyway, it's late. Yeah, that's why that happened. I have at the moment, I had a 1.5 years old baby. That's why now he turned 3, but yeah, that's why I late 1 days.
Another question I have is, it seems like this whole incident started based on a customer or client that had made a complaint. Are you aware of any complaints that have been filed by anyone since this occurred? Have there been any issues?
이 일이 있고 나서 다른 컴플레인 손님 없었냐고 이런 것도 소송을. No, not at all.
Thank you. And besides, a missed deadline or something, to the best of your knowledge, have you completed all of the other requirements, the monthly community service and paying all the fines and continuing education, everything else that's been a part of your terms?
I do believe so.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from the board members? Please go ahead. Continue.
Member Dr. Garcia, optometrist. So I understand you are in private business with your optician practice. On the other side, the optometry practice is an independent practitioner, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Who hires the optometrist for that business? The optometry business, who hires?
I just sublist, but it's independent office, so I cannot hire anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
I just want to establish this for the record. So you don't hire the optometrist?
No.
You don't, and do you hire the optometrist when the staff optometrist is out sick or on maternity leave? Who hires the replacement?
The whoever contract with me, the sublist, the primary doctors.
So the primary doctor hires replacement doctors?
Yes.
Who pays the optometrist?
Of course, that doctor, primary doctor, whoever, contract with me, the sublist.
So who paid the replacement optometrist when she was out on maternity leave? Who paid for the services?
지금 원타이즈로 갔다가 그동안 돈을 해줘요. 이때? At that moment, that happened moment.
Can you speak up, please?
Your questioning is that time?
Yeah, so who hired the replacement optometrist?
right now.
No, when she was out on maternity leave.
Oh, the Dr. Harbatian.
Okay. And who paid the replacement optometrist?
Of course, Dr. Harbatian paid the Dechina crew.
Okay, thank you.
I have follow-up questions because I wanted to make sure I understand your business structure. So can you tell me, iNoon Inc. Are you this, what's the, are you, that's a corporation, correct?
Yes.
Are you the only shareholder of that corporation? The only owner shareholder of that corporation?
I'm the 100% owner.
Okay. And your testimony is that you sublease out a portion of the facilities. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And the sublessee is an ophthalmologist or an optometrist? What is the license profession of the?
Optometrist.
I'm sorry?
Optometrist.
An optometrist.
Yes.
Okay. And as the board member just indicated, that optometrist hires the individuals who are working in the optometry.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And what exactly is the nature of your practice?
Nature, you mean customers?
Yeah,
At the
your
lessee?
patients, what services do you provide so I can understand correctly?
After finish the optometrist eye exam.
I'm sorry, speak up.
After finish the eye exam with that doctor's prescription paper, our member or me or include my employee dispensing the prescription glasses or dispensing contact lenses, optical things.
So you perform the eye examination?
No, I'm dispensing the prescription glasses.
I see. I understand. I see. So forgive me again, trying to make sure I understand the business. The optometrist examines and prescribes the glasses.
Yes.
Your tenant, who you lease the premises to.
Yeah, basically independent sublease doctor always do the exam.
Okay. And you dispense the prescribed glasses or contact lens.
Exactly.
Thank you. And how many optometrists works in that for the sublessee?
Your question is right now or before?
At the time of the accusation.
At the time, only one primary member, which is Dr. Arjuna Habardian.
Okay.
And when her maternity leave, only two doctors worked there. But
When she went on leave.
yes, but when that happening, like about couple months, only Dr. Gina Koo work for her.
Okay. And currently, how many?
Currently, only one primary doctor and then two part-time doctors.
Okay. Thank you. And then in your dispensary, how many, do you have employees?
Yes, I have
And how many?
two.
Are they licensed?
She is, and the other one, no.
Okay. The one who's unlicensed, what functions do they perform?
He normally clean the shelf, glasses, adjustment, helping to pick up, clean the glasses.
Okay.
After we dispensing.
Okay. Any additional questions for Ms. Lee?
I just have one more, if I may. Ms. Lee, if you could turn to, I think it's the last exhibit, exhibit 13. Now, when you get there, please. Okay, first page on exhibit 13 is a letter dated April 10, 2025. Do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Second full paragraph, the report was submitted delinquent, which is a violation of your probation. Any particular reason why this report was submitted late?
I think this is all happening when my kids are sick.
Your children were sick?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one day late, I think this is that one.
Well, it's about 8 days late, but
Oh,
not
8
that.
days late? Really?
If I, well, it says received April 8th, I assume it has to be received before that. But maybe you know better than I. When was it supposed to go in? Do you know?
이거 왜 늦었지?
The period ended March 31st. Do you know when it was supposed to go in?
May I note that according to this, in the third paragraph, it was due no later than July 1st. I'm sorry, no later, it must be postmarked or received by the board, excuse me, no earlier than July 1st. So that's, yeah. Or later than July 7th.
Okay. I was pointed out to me that they're generally due a week later, so I think the witness is correct.
Yeah, okay.
So Ms. Lee, I think you were right. It was due a week later and you were 1 day late. Yeah, okay. So that was because your child was sick, right? Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Ms. Lee, one additional question. You did your community service at Angel Food according to your petition?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
What did you do there at Angel Food?
Chopping the food for whoever had a diabetes or heart something, disease, whoever sick or elder, and then packing the food and deliver to their house.
Okay. Any additional questions for Ms. Lee?
I do have just one other question. Is it my understanding that your request to shorten the probation is so that you can go back to work full time and not do the community service, which impacts your ability to run your business? Is that how I understand? Because it sounds like the business will still operate, but
Yes.
you don't have the time to do both. You'd like to focus your time on the business. Is that what?
If my business is not a small business, when I'm off, it's not gonna be opaque at all. But
I'm sorry, it's not going to be,
it's not gonna be opaque at all. Opaque at all. Even
I'm sorry, I'm still not understanding. It's not going to be,
her word
wait,
is
I'm sorry,
affect.
you cannot,
Sorry.
yeah, I mean,
She wants to use the word affect.
okay, go ahead, I understand. Please continue.
So maintain my business, when I'm off from my optical shop, it's really dangerous because I don't have many employee and then I cannot hire, a lot of licensed optician because it's a small business. My sales is not a lot. So whenever I off from there, I can see. And everybody knows after COVID, small business is really hardship to surviving. And then if I close my shop, I need to fire my employee too. And then, I cannot serve all my, customer or patient too. And I totally understand, and sounds just a little funny, but I'm enjoying my community services. But if it is allowed, I want to focus on surviving or survive my business and save my family and feed my employee too.
Thank you.
Thank you, just a moment. Thank you. Any additional questions for Ms. Lee? Okay, Mr. Yee, any additional questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We started out, Ms. Lee, with Mr. Yee asking, examining you. And I would like to give you an opportunity to make any additional statements while you're still under oath, if you choose to do so. Any additional information that you would like to share with the board?
After this happening, I look at myself, what's wrong, and then why this happening. And what I feel is my responsibility is so big, you know, under me, even Dr. Sovley's office or my employee or my patient. I need to be more wise. I need to be more careful. I need to more follow the law. Otherwise, you know, I can turn down their whole life too. And then if you guys can see it or not, you know, my optician license is nothing, you know, but doctor's license, I know how they were hard, you know, more than 8 years, you know, and then actually even my license off, I can work as optician, you know, but doctors cannot. So I thought it's first beginning, to be honest with you, I thought it's not my fault because how can I check the doctor's license and it's not my office, it's not my employee. But later on, when time passed, I really regret it. I should not, you know, fighting with the customer, you know, and then make this kind of happening. I should more careful. I should more aware, you know, because even though it's independent, you know, office, it's still in my, you know, optical shop. I'm the owner, or is my responsibility. But I kind of not aware. It's my big mistake, and I feel so guilty. And then I'm so sorry for, you know, the doctors too. Actually, the 2 doctors, you know, kind of victim. If I didn't fight with that customer, maybe this one not happening. And then if I check Chinaku's license with the, you know, the website, it was a really easy way, you know, maybe Dr. Herbert are not, you know, in danger like that way too. So, you know, everything beginning from my fault. Now I totally accept it. And then I'm so regret. And then I feel so sorry to, you know, everybody. But, you know, now my business is really slow and I want to keep as much as I can. So please allow me to keep my family and my employee. I know my fault really well now.
Do you need to take a moment?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. I just have one additional questions. And again, this is so I can understand the testimony. You just indicated in your statement that you shouldn't have fought with your with the customer. Can you just briefly tell me what are the circumstances of your interaction with that customer who lodged a complaint with the board? So I can understand what gave rise to the accusation in the first place. Thank you.
A customer came for purchase the color contact lenses at the time, and she didn't want to do the eye exam, and she keep arguing me, I need just cosmetic, beauty contact lenses. But I explained to the customer, every contact lens are a medical device without eye exam, doctor not knowing your base curve, like a foot sizes. Every people has a different eyebrow sizes or base curve. So must you need to qualify that you can wear the contact lenses. Otherwise, I cannot sell it. So kind of my first, she got the eye exam, but I want to make that customer happy. Eye exam fee is not waste your money. It's really worth it, So I kind of tried to do my best at the time. So I give her like after examining her prescription comes out planner, which is nothing. And because of that, she might little bit more upset. First beginning, she didn't do the eye exam. She just want to color contact lens for my dating or whatever her party. I don't know. But I kind of forced her. So first of all, she didn't like it. And second of all, I give her like 3 different color of sample color contact lenses. And then after that, she called me. It makes her eyes burning and itching or uncomfortable. So I told her, second eye exam will be free. Don't worry, the money about it. Just come, get the new eye exam, and you can get, you can exchange the other color contact lens brand, or, if you have any trouble, doctor prescribes some medical drops or something. So just come. And then she came weeks later. So doctor changed the new color contact lens brand, different one. And I want to also try to make her happy. So I give her 3 different color contact lens sample again. So total she has a 6 different brand of any color contact lens in her hand. And then because of that, she wanna cancel the original product. At the moment, I was kind of angry. I know why is she doing like that, So I told her, because then I gave you a sample, that brand, you told me make your eyes burning or itching you didn't like it. So I told her, return every sample, because keeping or sample yourself is not safe, because you said it make your eye health is worse. So please return it. But she said I threw it away. But I kind of, doubting, and then I was kind of sure, she didn't throw it away. So I kind of fighting with her, bring it. Otherwise, I need to charge the sample, because I kind of argue with her like that way. After that, she said, you know what, I'm going to complain to, whatever department. So I told her, like, do it, whatever you can. I did the, whatever I have to. And then when that happening, investigator, investigate the case. Then every Dr. Habartian, knowing that Arjuna, didn't have a license paper in her hand, and then I aware, at that time through the Dr. Arjuna, if doctor, even though they passed the exam, both exam, but if paper not alive their hand, they supposed to not doing the eye exam. I heard from the Dr. Arjuna at the time, and then also Arjuna so regret. I had plenty of time to check the Jinaku's license, but I didn't do it. It's all my fault too. But you know what, as I told you before, doctor's license is really important than mine. Mine is nothing. As I told you, even I lost my license, I can still work, but doctors cannot. So I emailed to the investigator, it's all my fault, please punishment, and if possible, just take my license. So basically everything happened for my anger. If I just refund her money, maybe it's not a goal until like this. But obviously, maybe this happened meant to be. Otherwise, I never aware I need to check every, license, whoever work in my optical shop. So it was really painful. It was not enjoyable at all. But anyway, from this I learned, so it might necessary. Yeah, so yeah.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions for Ms. Lee? Okay. Ms. Lee, does that conclude your statement?
My conclusion is just I'm so sorry for it's happening, but I can tell you I learned a lot. And then now after that happening, I know what I have to do. And I want to feel, even though I made a mistake, please forgive me. From now, I'm gonna be more safe, more better, more work hard. And I want to keep my business and I want to keep my employee. Please help me.
Thank you. Mr. Yi, do you have a closing statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Petitioner has the burden of production and proof to establish by clear and convincing evidence that she is entitled to the relief sought in the petition. Full acknowledgement of the wrongfulness of one's actions is an essential step towards rehabilitation. California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Sections 1399.271 and 1399.272 establish the criteria to consider when evaluating rehabilitation, including the length of time that has lapsed since the misconduct and the completion of probation terms. The people request that the board consider whether petitioner has met her burden of production and proof and the rehabilitation criteria in determining whether to grant the petition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have heard the testimony. The documents have been admitted into the evidentiary record. We have heard closing arguments. At this time, I am closing the record in this matter. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Ms. Lee, for your presentations today. If there's nothing else, we're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on. It's, we have a new requirement, and that is I need to have my court reporter make an appearance on the record. So please do so before we are truly adjourned, Mr. Court Reporter. Thank you for reminding me.
My name is Melissa Senior. I'm for today's proceeding. I'm licensed in the state of California. My license number is 14961.
And at this time, would you tell us the number of pages and our end time?
Yes, we ended at 11:22, and I have 22 pages.
Thank you very much. We are now adjourned. We'll wait till they leave and then we all take a break and then we can go. Yeah.
Beep, beep.
Yeah. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Are our microphones on?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start reestablishing our quorum. Member Bragg.
Member Clemens,
Present.
Member Dawson,
Present.
Member Sue,
Present.
Member Kleppa,
Here.
Dr. Pruitt,
Here.
Dr. Tedder.
Present.
One absent. Dr. Bragg present. Vice President Linden.
Present.
President Garcia.
Present. Okay, we're going to take off or start where we left off on item C. Erica, if you would like to present to the board. Thank you.
I would, thank you.
Thank you. And as you all know, I am the new licensing administrative manager. So this is my first time presenting to y'all. So I feel very honored to be here. I just want to first give you a staffing update. As Greg had mentioned, we did hire a new policy analyst, and I just want to give you a little bit about our policy analyst. Her name is Serena St. Mary, and she brings an extensive background in legislative and regulatory analysis, outreach coordination, and government program administration. She has 11 years of experience with the Department of Consumer Affairs, where she served as the assistant to the deputy director and worked in the correspondence unit, outreach unit, and the Consumer Information Center. Most recently, Serena worked for the LexisNexis StateNet as a client manager, where she analyzed statutes and regularly reviewed and interpreted legislation and regulations. Serena's first day will be October 27th, so we're pretty excited to have her on board with us. And then as far as our administrative analyst, that is my old position. I'm very excited to get that one filled. We did recruit for it. Unfortunately, we need to open up recruitment again so that we have a bigger pool of candidates. So now I'm going to go on to the Breeze updates. So each month, the board staff collaborates with the Department of Consumer Affairs to enhance the functionality of the Breeze system, the board's licensing program. These efforts aim to ensure the compliance with statutory changes while improving both of the user and staff experiences. Breeze updates and deployed monthly with each release accommodating a limited number of enhancement and modifications. So the recent updates that we did, we updated the NBEO Part 3 exam title from Clinical Skills Exam to Patient Encounter Performance Skills to align with the NBO terminology. We also updated the optometry license and renewal certificates to include the board's logo and the CSBO's email address. We resolved a technical issue preventing the mobile optometric office permit holders from accessing the report template. The link is now functional. Our proposed enhancement is enable Breeze to automatically allow exam retakes after the 90-day waiting period, eliminating the need for staff to manually open exam requests. The credit card service fees, a 2.3% credit card service fee for all online transactions has been implemented. Applicants and licensees are now responsible for the fee when using a credit card for online payments. Previously, the board absorbed these costs. This change aligns with practices adopted by the Department of Consumer Affairs. So I'm going to go on to significant future Breeze updates. This has to do with our sunset bill.
You might be able to summarize these ones quickly just because I talked about, I think, a few of them. So up to you. You're talking about the sunset bill updates, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, sorry. Yes, as Greg mentioned, he did summarize, he did mention these already, and one was about the mobile optometric office program, where sorry, let's see.
I messed you up when I asked you to summarize. Governing rule of 12.
Okay, so presently a mobile optometric office owner and operator can only have up to 12 permits during the first licensure period. This required report can be submitted either quarterly or annually. So the mobile optometric owner and operator should also be able to submit an annual report by January 1 each year. Also, the applicant and licensee email requirement is going to be required that all applicants and registrants to provide an email address at the time of application and renewal. And then the third thing is combined non-residential ophthalmic lens dispenser transactions, combine initial application and registration transactions into transactions. Presently, applicants have to complete 2 transactions to be issued the registration. New applicants should be able to submit and pay all fees in a new single application and should no longer have to submit 2 applications to complete the NOLD application. And if I may, I'd like to skip to number 3 because I'm going to ask that Greg help me out with part two as far as the statistics go. So on September 23rd, 2025, the executive officer and staff were invited to PSI Testing Center for an exam demo at the Sacramento, California location. Staff met with Nicole Woods, who is the project manager for the Department of Consumer Affairs Office of Professional Examination Services. Ms. Woods gave staff a demonstration of all the security steps taken before allowed to take the California law and regulation examination. Once a candidate arrives, they are greeted by a test center administrator. The administrator will check in the candidate, ensuring that the proper identification, supporting documents, that they have supporting documents, and may take their picture or fingerprint during this check-in process. Test security and fairness is critical to the board's ability to protect consumers. Personal items, foods, and drinks are not allowed in the testing area. PSI provides secure storage for personal items if needed, such as lockers that are assigned at check-in. Before entering the testing area, the administrator will ask testers to empty their pockets. They may also check additional items such as glasses, jewelry, or bulky clothing. They will then conduct a security scan with a metal detector wand. This is to ensure no unauthorized items are admitted into the testing room. When the check-in process is complete, the testing administrator will show the candidate to their personal testing station. During the test, administrators will observe via video monitors or physically walk through the testing room to make sure the appropriate testing conditions are maintained. After staff received a demo of how the security check-ins work, we were taken into the testing environment where we were able to demo the test as a group. Staff examined the test question by question, ensuring that each question was accurately displayed on the computer monitor. Staff also learned that PSI has report functionality that can produce data showing candidate pass rates by school institution. Staff is working with Ms. Woods to turn on this report functionality. Staff would like to thank Nicole Woods for inviting us to the PSI Center and giving us a detailed overview of the security and testing process. And then we will go over the stats.
Sure.
Do you want me to read this part? Or?
I don't know if we need to read it.
Okay.
Just highlight a few of the noteworthy items. The main, and by the way, good job.
Thank you.
The main attachment that I wanted to call to the board's attention is attachment A. It's the very first statistical attachment. There was some conversation, I think, at our last meeting. I think it was from Member Bragg about some of the numbers that we were reporting in this attachment, and some of the categories seemed to suggest or did suggest that that the numbers were, the numbers that we received were the same as the number that we approved, and that why did that make sense? We went back and took a look at both the design and methodology of this report, and what you have in front of you is a revision or a revised a template and approach to how we are displaying this data. So what you see here is the numbers for quarter 1 of the fiscal year that we are in, compared to the quarter 1 numbers of the prior fiscal year. And then we are now providing a quarter 1 year-over-year change category. So this will change over time, right, as we populate this report with more data and more quarters worth of information. But we thought that by including the quarter 1 year-over-year change, and eventually that'll be quarter 1 and 2 year-over-year, right? And then eventually a fiscal year to fiscal year comparison change, that it might help you all see better at least some of the trends in what we are receiving and what we are approving. And so again, that's what the year-over-year change shows you. Member Bragg had essentially discovered, I think, an error in the way we were reporting our information here, which again has now been corrected. So I just wanted to call attention to that and highlight that and see if there was any questions that the members had about attachment A, because it is a new display of the information. No question?
No, but I like the
You like-
snapshot.
you like
the
that? Okay.
difference 'cause it's really quick.
Yeah. And again, it's 1 quarter, so don't read too much into the percentages, right? It's just 1 quarter. So some of the percentage change, oh my goodness, 23% less or 35% more. Why do you think that might be? this is one quarter, so I wouldn't want to read too much into any trends, right? And quarter over quarter. There's a lot of reasons why we wouldn't want to do that. Remember, just 2 years ago, we were receiving a lot of our optometry applications in May and not approving them, May meaning in one fiscal year, and not approving them until August, September of another fiscal year. Now, pretty much everybody is getting licensed within a week, right? And so you're going to see some percentage anomalies, if you will, until the data smooths itself out and establishes its new pattern. But yeah, I'm hopeful that, especially when we get to a fiscal year over fiscal year basis, that percentage change will be helpful for us.
Question.
Yeah.
I don't know if this statistical chart is also information contained in these charts.
That looks like enforcement that you're looking at.
That's okay, because I saw some things about receiving and the like. Are we talking about this or not?
No, that's enforcement. Yeah.
But I don't know if we got to this. That's why I'm asking.
We did cover 5B enforcement. I didn't go into too much detail on the enforcement numbers themselves.
Okay.
But we did cover that item.
I don't want to digress from our current topic, but I did have something I wanted to note here. So whenever we can get to this, I appreciate it.
Council, you can help me out here because we already did get to it.
We did get to it. We are tight on time. And if we go back, we might want to provide public comment on that. Member Klepek, is it a matter that can maybe wait to the next board meeting given the tight time?
It was actually just an attaboy because everyone you're meeting your targets. And I wanted to congratulate staff on meeting those targets. That was it.
That's appropriate. Thank you.
Allow that. Go back on.
Let's go public comment then.
Well, we'll take public comment for this.
Oh yeah, we'll take public comment
Yeah.
there. If anyone would like to, I'll provide public comment on member Klepek's statement, then go ahead.
So that was all I really had for the licensing stats. Q1, things are still early. All the timelines are being met on the licensing side. And we're processing things as fast as we can.
Erica, did you have anything else to add on your report?
That's it.
Great job. Any other comments from the board? Okay, we'll open up any public comment from the audience. Okay, let's open it up to the internet and telephones. Public comment.
Thank you. This is the moderator. If anyone would like to make a comment on the licensing presentation and update, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. If you're on a mobile device, the hand icon might be behind the 3-dot other options, and our calling users can press *3. Are there any comments on the report? I do not see any requests for comment. I'll turn the meeting back to you.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Erica. Great job always. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, we're going to move on to item 8 in the agenda, overview of strategic planning ground rules. So we will be led in strategic planning by Tricia St. Clair and David Bully. They are physically here, as you can see. Members, we now come to the last item of the day, strategic planning. Before I turn it over to our facilitators, I want to say a few words about the project. The strategic planning session is one of the most important tasks that we perform as board members. The work we do today will help inform the strategic plan that instructs our board activities for the next 4 years. So it's very, very important. For most of the members, this is the first time that we are actually going to be participating in this. Member Lillian, she is not here today, but she was the only member that has done this before. So this is a new process for us. So all of us bring an important voice to this perspective of this process. I hope everyone has thoroughly read and reviewed the materials provided. Now let's get started on our last session. Very important. I'll turn it over to the moderator.
So we are going to be displaying on the screen here some of the people that are seeking their patent.
Whichever is easier. Do we need to mute it?
It's your speakers.
But yeah, if members want to
All right, so I think we've got it now.
Cool.
Let me see if I can maybe.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Take it.
All right. I think so.
Well, even if for some reason anybody online can't, I'm going to take this.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time.
All right.
I want you to get your show on the road.
All right, so welcome everyone to the Board of Optometry Strategic Planning session. Just go ahead and old school here.
It might be.
Here. Okay, I think I got it.
There.
Yes. My name is Tricia St. Clair with Solid Planning, and my co-facilitator is
I'm David Boyd.
also with Solid Planning. And we are a neutral party. We don't represent the board. We don't represent licensees. We're here to provide structure. And part of that structure is documenting. So you will see us typing today. Don't worry if you see any typos or grammatical errors. What we're doing today is just a draft, and we will clean it up later. So as you know, we have very little time. We may not get through all of it, but if you can just minimize distractions, mainly by that we mean try to keep sidebar conversations to minimums, keep cell phones muted. We are brainstorming, so all contributions are welcome, and we hope everyone feels comfortable participating. If we come to a decision point and you're not really crazy about what's being decided, just ask yourself if you can live with it at the end of the day. So our agenda, we're going to review diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. We'll review the strategic planning process, review the Board of Optometry's 2025 environmental scan, and then the part of the matter will develop strategic objectives. Oh, I'm given stage directions here. All right. So just getting into diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, otherwise known as DEIA. So back on September 13th, 2022, Governor Gavin Newsom signed an executive order calling for all state agencies to advance equity and tackle any disparities. In response to this, DCA formed its own DEIA steering committee, and also that same year, for the purpose of pushing forward a more diverse workforce and equitable, inclusive workspace for all. The mission statement of the DEIA steering committee is to create a California Department of Consumer Affairs for all. And we go back one more. Solid Planning has embedded DEIA into its strategic planning process by allowing, we seek diverse opinions with our survey. We send it out to not only board members, but also licensees, retired licensees, government agencies, schools, associations. During the strategic planning process, the public can make comment on proposed objectives. The actual environmental scan itself contains questions that ask for DEIA information. And finally, participants in the planning session are encouraged to consider DEIA in any objectives that they propose. So just to define things, diversity is the inherent and acquired qualities, characteristics, and experiences that make us unique as individuals and the groups to which we belong. Equity is creating paths to equal outcomes by recognizing that some people and communities have unequal starting points driven by different histories, historical treatment, circumstances, strengths, and needs. Inclusion is a practice to maintain a positive environment where all individuals feel recognized, understood, and valued. And finally, accessibility is designing systems, environments, and experiences that people of all abilities can access and engage with, including people with disabilities. So are equality and equity the same thing? They sound the same, but they are actually different. Equality is where we present the same equal treatment. So in the first picture, everyone gets a podium, but maybe they don't all need a podium, and maybe the size of podium they have doesn't meet their needs. With equity, we're creating pathways to equal outcomes. So with the equity illustration, only the people that need a podium get one, and they have the proper size podium. So when you're suggesting Objectives, consider if your objective is a one-size-fits-all approach, and if it is, you might want to consider what groups might be left out and if there are ways to include them. Something that can get in the way of creating DEIA is unconscious bias. It's something we all have because that's just how our mind works. But we can be made more aware of it and manage it so that DEIA happens. So this 3-minute video covers that, and we're going to see if the technology gods are with us and this can play. It played earlier, but we'll see.
Also part of the accessibility part.
Yes.
The unconscious mind is amazing. It can process vastly more information than our conscious mind by using shortcuts based on our background, cultural environment, and personal experiences to make almost instantaneous decisions about everything around us. The snag is, it's wrong quite a lot of the time, especially on matters that need rational thinking. Here's a classic example. A bat and a ball cost £1 10 pence. If the bat costs £1 more than the ball, how much does the ball cost? Most people, including over 50% of students at some of the world's leading universities, get the answer wrong and say 10 pence. The answer is actually 5 pence. Many of us choose 10 pence without thinking. This is because our unconscious mind uses instinct, not analysis. So our unconscious is fallible. It's also biased. It makes snap judgments of people we meet, categorizing them according to gender, social and other characteristics. In milliseconds, we judge whether somebody is like us and belongs to our in-group. These are the people we favor. So men might favor men, while women might favor women. However, we can belong to different in-groups, and we like to be part of an in-group that's powerful, which could mean a woman favoring a man over a woman. That's unconscious bias. All of us have it, and it colors our decisions without our realizing. For example, research reveals that if I were a man, you would be more likely to be nodding in agreement right now because people pay more attention to a male voice. The Royal Society fosters excellence in science, but this can only be achieved if we select from the widest range of talent. And that's not possible if unconscious bias is narrowing down the field for non-scientific reasons. To lessen the impact of unconscious bias, which is easier for us to notice in others, raising the awareness of unconscious bias to members of our selection and appointment panels. We're encouraging panel members to deliberately slow down decision-making, reconsider reasons for decisions, question cultural stereotypes, and monitor each other for unconscious bias. We can't cure unconscious bias, but with self-awareness, we can address it.
All right. All right, so when we cover the responses to our DEI questions in our survey, we often see some pushback based on maybe misunderstanding or maybe misinformation surrounding diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So we wanted to dispel some of the major myths surrounding it. Myth number 1, DEIA is only about race and gender, and it excludes certain people, specifically white men. So all of us have about 20 different social identities that make up who we are, such as where we grew up, what language we speak, what we like to do for fun. So we are all more than our race and gender. And DEIA is about embracing all our differences, and we can still do that while supporting certain underrepresented groups. Myth number 2. DEI is a zero-sum divisive game to create winners and losers. To think that someone has to lose for another to gain is based on a scarcity mindset. DEIA is based on a growth mindset to create a growth strategy. When DEIA is authentically implemented, studies show that profits rise and innovation grows and opportunities increase. Myth number 3. DEIA means recruiting unqualified people. This myth is based on a growing trend of people making forced tokenized recruitment decisions. And that creates a negative lose scenario for all people. True DIA means recruiting by casting a wider net of all qualified individuals and people that wouldn't perhaps normally apply for a certain position or license. When DIA is authentically implemented, again, you see more opportunities and profit and growth in a company. So let's look at the many benefits of DIA. When employees believe that an organization is committed to diversity and they feel included, innovation increases by 83%. Teams that follow inclusive processes make decisions 2 times faster in half as many meetings. Companies with more diverse and inclusive teams have 22% lower turnover rates than those without. These are just a few of the many benefits of DEIA in the workplace. So you have innovation increased, efficiency increased, lower turnover rates, greater employee satisfaction and engagement. So these are reasons for including DIA in the strategic planning process. And then in addition, you have the governor's executive order to embed DIA in the strategic planning process. So when you consider a proposal, you can check it for diversity. When you can ask yourself who benefits from the proposal and check it for inclusion. Ask yourself who's burdened by a certain objective and think about equity. And then finally, consider if there are any different needs and consider accessibility. So some examples for consideration could include income or geographical location. For example, would additional continuing education requirements be financially burdensome for certain licensees? Or would an exam in Northern California be inaccessible for candidates in Southern California? So just some things to think about as we enter into the strategic planning process. So now that we've just had you sit through a presentation and you're probably falling asleep, we're hoping to wake you up a little. Just know that you all have packets. The first item in your packet is the DEIA summary. Beneath that is a page of jumbled numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Right here.
Greg is holding it up. So next one, you'll have a page of jumbled. Yep. Okay, so this is a game we're gonna have you play. David, do you have your phone that you could time? Okay, so when I say go, not yet, when I say go, you'll have 30 seconds. And what I want you to do is you can take your finger or the opposite end of your pen so you're not marking the paper, but I want you to count by touch. So you'll find the number 1, then you'll find the number 2, then you'll find the number 3, and just keep going until I say stop. Does that make sense what we're doing? Okay, so you're not marking the paper, you're just touching it with your finger or the tip of a pen. So are you set? Okay, and go.
And time.
Okay, so I know Greg and Erica have done this once before. You know the secret. So how far, does anyone want to share how far they got? How high they got to? Please. 2. Okay. Anyone else get higher than 2?
5.
7. 7, okay.
7.
Okay.
11. 11.
Oh.
12. 12.
Wow, okay. So,
17. 17? You figured the pattern out.
okay.
No?
So there is a strategy to this game. So how you find numbers is directed by this grid. The number 1 is in the first grid, the number 2 is in the second, 3 is in the third grid, 4. When you get to 9, for 10, you just go up to 1. For 12, you go to the next one because it's telling you which way to go. Does that make sense, the grid? So we're gonna have you play second time. Now that you have this strategy, we're gonna give you 30 seconds to do a do-over. Are you ready? Okay, and go.
And time.
All right. Did people do better this time?
But
Significantly.
you almost solved it.
Okay, so does anyone want to share how high they got this time?
How high did Stacy get?
28. 38. Okay.
48. 48. Dang.
Okay.
You got 45?
Yeah. So the point is that when you have a strategy, you can be much more effective with your time and resources. And that's what a strategic plan is for. It's to guide how the board uses its time and resources so that it meets its objectives. Because without a plan, you can spend an entire year just playing whack-a-mole, hitting, just putting out fires. At the end of the year, you haven't achieved any of your goals. So strategic planning is for strategizing your time and resources. So strategic planning answers these three questions. Imagine you're in an unfamiliar place and you're standing in front of a directory, like a mall or an airport. When you're looking at the directory, what's the most important thing to find first?
Category.
Where you are. Yes, because where you're starting from determines how you get to where you're going. So with strategic planning, same application, we start with where we are now. That's our mission statement, which explains why you exist, your values, which tell you your core beliefs, your environmental scan, which is what tells you what your stakeholders feel should be your current priorities. Where you're going is your vision statement, which describes what would happen if you achieved your mission statement. Your goals are your day-to-day functions, such as licensing and enforcement, and your objectives are what you want to achieve in those goal areas. How you get there is done through an action plan, and that's something that follows the strategic planning process. That's way in the future. Another way to look at it is your mission, vision, and values form your foundation. Your goals, your day-to-day functions are the walls, and then your objectives, what you want to achieve within those goal areas, change every 2 to 5 years. This could be the paint, the furniture, etc. And just another way to think of them. So with that said, here is the current mission statement for the Board of Optometry. Let us know if you like it or if you want to suggest any edits. Like it? Okay, it's pretty new because you guys did the DEIA strategic planning supplement, so it's pretty new. So, and then your values, we know that you added belonging, so that's why if you see something green, that just means it's a new addition. So that's what that is. But take a look at that and let us know if you're good with it.
Looks good.
Okay. We've said environmental scan a couple of times, probably a good thing to tell you what we mean when we say environmental scan. Basically, it's how your stakeholders perceive the board's effectiveness when accomplishing its goals and responses to the professions it operates in, as well as world trends. And then your vision statement, which is what would it's just a lofty description of what would happen if you achieve your mission statement. It's told in the past tense as something that's already accomplished. This is your vision statement. Let us know what you think.
We change optical to optometric.
Okay. Escape. Okay. So I'm sorry, Jeff, what was that? You optical to optometric?
I think it is.
I think optometric led optical.
Yeah.
Okay. That's perfect. Oh, okay, so it's fine?
Yeah. Well, let's go.
Oh, sorry. Let's
This is ironic, given that we're, overseeing vision.
yes, right. Better or worse?
It's non-existent.
Okay, I just unplugged and plugged it back in. That's usually a good fix. However,
Can you read out what it says on your screen just so?
yeah, the highest quality optometric and optical care for the people of California.
The WebEx users can see the slides.
You can't, they can, Ann?
Yes,
Okay.
just to let you know.
Okay.
That's not equity, right?
Or inclusion.
Or inclusion.
Okay.
No.
Says
The TV's still on, correct?
the power?
It's very fast.
Okay. We are working on it.
Slight.
Do you want, I could stop sharing.
At any-
Try sharing on TV.
Parks and Rec.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing and then I'm going to share again.
Well, it's perfectly good with the TV's on.
Yeah. Is the TV still on? Oh, there it is.
Hang on.
We could all just do another run to In and Out.
Maybe.
Again, it shows on WebEx.
Okay, thank you, moderator.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So HDMI.
It shouldn't, I mean, there's just within PowerPoint.
Are you using Pro Presenter?
Right.
Yeah, it's not gonna break it.
Yeah. This point, I think it is.
Are you guys using Pro Presenter?
You can stop there.
Is this Pro Presenter? What you're using? No, your software, is it Pro Presenter?
It's just PowerPoint.
Oh, just PowerPoint. Okay.
Yeah. And it apparently it's showing in WebEx. So.
You are not presenting. That's why it's not.
Okay, so if we're in presenter mode, it show you think? Because
Might be an extended desktop.
Oh.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay, but the problem is we will have to escape. So let me, I need to change how it is.
Yeah,
Yes.
get out of this. Better mirror.
Yes. Yes, you did. All right. We're just going to change how this screen is played here. Yeah. Okay. And I'm gonna stop sharing one more time. Yep. Third time's a charm.
We went into infinity there for a minute. It's showing here.
Okay. All right, so we're good with the, yeah, but yeah, let's
Do we have a
hopefully
second
we-
version of it on another computer where we can do edits so that we don't mess with this one anymore? As it was, Dr. Jeff that started all this by offering edits.
So I do have a suggestion for this one also.
Ooh.
I know.
okay.
It's a huge screen.
It keeps doing this.
Hey, Tedder, didn't we put you on this?
We need it in this, we need it this in case any edits
Handle
happen.
this?
We can't be displaying it. We have to have it like this.
It's the problem. We're trying to do a PowerPoint presentation and notability. It's hit the wall pretty fast.
If you need me to document things remotely, I can.
Thank you.
And
You're
let's
welcome.
go to moderator, let's please go to that. We'll go to Plan B, which will be, you can type for us. How's
Certainly.
that? Okay.
Let's make sure that this works before I volunteer so helpfully, but
Right.
it should. The PowerPoint.
So while she works at bringing that back, once we get into the actual goal areas, you'll see that they're partially filled in. That's because we've already met with the executive officer and managers to get their input to kind of give you guys a running start. And then you guys can look at what they came up with and you can agree with it. You can say, no, yeah, I don't like it, or you can edit it. And then you can also add additional things. So it's a new approach we're trying. We've found it helps speed up the process, and it also helps with having objectives that more meet the needs of the board because there's more input from all the parties.
I noticed that it's not up on the screen for you, so that's not a great sign.
Okay. I think we're good from, oh, is this the, okay, so is this the moderator or this us?
Infinity.
This is you. I stopped sharing.
You stopped sharing. Okay, so it is us. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we can
go to PowerPoint.
Yay. Okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, fingers crossed. We're good with the vision statement. All right. You have 6 goal areas.
Wait, Martin, did you have something you wanted to talk about on this slide?
Yeah, because the highest quality, shouldn't we say something to the effect to offer or to provide the highest quality? Because that's what we're doing, correct?
True.
Not just the highest, we're giving it to somebody or offering it to somebody. So whichever words, offer or provide.
Okay. What do people think? Provide, offer, provide. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so sure.
Or ensure. Yeah, one of those words.
I would suggest ensure over provide. We don't provide any.
Okay, ensure, okay. Either of those.
How about ensuring, or the thing is with the vision statement, it's something that's already accomplished. So it needs to be written in a way that it's already happened. So maybe the highest.
Ensuring, yeah.
Okay, how do people feel about that? Okay, and this is a good time to explain the paddles. They're not just fans, although they make excellent fans, and you might want to use them as such. And I'm sorry to tell you that we're not going to have a monster game of ping pong. What they are for is that through this process, the green is telling us you're ready to move on. Like if we're talking about something for a long time and you're like, I'm ready to move on.
Nice.
The red is please don't move on. I have something else to add or I have a question. So please, as we go through this process, you can communicate with your paddles or you can use them as a fan. So, all right, so we're good with this new vision statement. Excellent. So going on to the goals, each program picks its own goals, how they name its own goals. So either the current leadership or past leadership has put these goals for the Board of Optometry. We'll be covering them today, or as many as we can today, hopefully. I don't want to make people feel rushed. In terms of developing objectives, we'll want you to do objectives. Next slide. I would aim for 3 to 6 per goal area. You can have less, you can have more, but generally 3 to 6 per goal area is pretty doable for the lifespan of the plan. Typically, a strategic plan is anywhere from 2 to 5 years in length. And as you come up with objectives, remember that at the end of the day, consumer protection is the mandate. So if you're looking at an objective, ask yourself, is this going to contribute to consumer protection? And also consider available resources because it's the Board of Optometry staff that will be tasked with achieving these objectives. I had one group that came up with 69 objectives for their strategic plan. And just think of it for staff, right? Yeah. So just remember that. So instructions, again, 3 to 6 objectives per goal area. We'll ask you what issue or topic you'd like to address, the why address it, how can the board solve or address, desired outcome. Next slide is just a reminder for your paddles. I'm ready to move on, or I have something to add. So our first goal area is licensing. Underneath it, you have a description of the goal area. Take a read and let us know if you're happy with that description.
And just members, while you're doing that, in your board material packet, when you see reference to pages 10, 13, that's included in your packet if you want to dive in deep.
Yes, that's from those are pages in the environmental scan.
Correct. Yeah, in the scan. Yeah, and we included all of that.
Great. Perfect. So are people good with this description, or do people want to edit it? Okay, I'm seeing green. So we wanted to start with highlighting the top strength in licensing, which is processing times have decreased dramatically. So you can all take a moment to pat yourselves on the back. We celebrate that. And then we'll move on to what could use improving. You have, Greg's laughing because a lot of the things that we celebrate are also listed as weaknesses. And that's very common when we do these surveys. So the green check marks indicate we already have objectives addressing those weaknesses. I will say that these two weaknesses, responsiveness and staff hard access, are addressed in goal area 6. So really that just needs cost and fees, which can't really do anything about probably, but sunset review items. So for the sunset review, we have temporary licenses for military spouses meeting certain criteria, and then temporary optometric licenses for those immediately unable to take the clinical skills, NBEO Part 3, new requirements for the mobile optometric clinics, waiver of license renewal fees for military on active duty, expediting applications for licensure for active military and the skill bridge programs, and no probationary registration for opticianry. So those are some items from the sunset review that you might want to address in the school area. But first, we're going to look at what the board leadership has already come up with, so you can see it and let us know what you think. So we'll move on to the next one. And just so you know, that weakness summary, you have a printout of it. So you can refer to it, even though we've moved on, you've got a printout of it. So the first issue is licensing taking too long. And we want to address it because it could be access to care issue, barrier to entry, and basically it's just communicate the process better and improve average times. And I imagine the desired outcome is pretty simple. Something like licensing is, taking even less time than it already is, or something like that.
Yeah, I think this is we suggested this is communicated better. It is apparently not known to the stakeholders that filled this out that every single license that we issue has had improvements in its processing time going back year over year, the last 2 years. Every single one of our license types can be issued and is issued on an average processing time of less than a month. And it wasn't always that way. Again, every licensing type has improved its average processing time 2 years in a row. And the fact that that's not known or realized suggests that we need to communicate that better.
What would be the lift of having like an applicant portal where they can actually track it, like, your pizza delivery, like it's in the oven versus that, and then they can see maybe the delay might be on them getting the materials back to them, where.
Yeah, that already exists. Yeah, so when we set the deficiency in Breeze, that person can log on to Breeze and see exactly what the deficiency is. And many times, though, we're so fast that there's not even time for you to go do that. I mean, the average processing time for an optometrist is less than 4 days. So you apply on Monday, everything's there. You're going to have that license issued to you by Friday. So we just, I think, got to do a better job communicating those facts, what we've done to improve that process.
Is there an email that's sent to them alerting to the fact they can check on the status? Like once it's received, to say like, thank you for, because now we're going to require emails.
Yeah,
you can check on the status.
I don't think there's something, an email that gets sent out from them. When they submit their application, they get confirmation of that submission. But I don't know that there's a direct, I don't even know if Breeze can do that. We have to look into that, but.
Yeah.
We might be assuming that that complaint is coming from a new grad. I think a lot of those complaints may be coming from older grads that historically know that that's been an issue. You know, and realize that's fixed.
Yeah.
So we don't know how many that was, and a one or a was actually sent that.
Well, I think that's I would say it's important to remember that the sample size is very small.
So
We have 20,000 licensees and less than 200 people.
299. Your last survey, like years and years ago, had like 598. That was during COVID when everyone was like, a survey, this is so exciting. There's something to do. Now we don't have people locked in their houses with nothing to do. And so we had a very small response. So that's something to consider too.
Greg, question.
We lost the connection.
Yeah.
Does our website and Breeze still have average time? Because there used to be a section where it told you the average time for certain licenses to be processed.
Yeah, we do have that.
Okay.
One of the things that we have talked about as staff is maybe better displaying that. It's not on the homepage.
Yes, yes.
It's embedded into the optometry tab and the optician tab. So that's one way we could try to account for that, is to put it on the homepage, kind of more front and center.
I remember you
Under,
showed you 40, 60 days or whatever it was for certain licenses.
The other thing that there are programs in DCA who will send out either listserv or use their social media accounts to say, today is this is the week of October 13th was Monday. This is the week of October 13th. The board is processing applications received in July.
Yes, yes, yes.
I don't know if it would make sense for us to do that because we're basically processing as we receive them. And so the programs that are doing that, I'm not trying to be respectful here, they have a lengthier processing time. And so it's more important for their applicants to know, okay, yeah, you did apply in July. It's October. We're just now getting to those. Everybody who applied in July was licensed a long time ago. But that is one way that we've thought about this, is putting it on the homepage. I think that would display it a little bit better.
Okay.
So perhaps a desired outcome is, oh, sorry.
No, it's not. I know that come near graduation time, we do a push for the California schools to kind of let the students know how to get a license. Is that made available to out-of-state schools?
I have not given a presentation to any school not located in California.
Can we maybe like record it? Not that you have to go make 19 presentations, but or however many there are now, I think 21 maybe.
Yeah.
But can we record it and then like make it available on the website?
That's definitely something that could be done. We have we have not recorded one of those presentations and put it on the website. I like that idea a lot. What we have done is we have published the actual PowerPoint, and it's on the website, and I have distributed that to the deans and around the country. But that's a great idea, is recording it. That would be something easy to do.
So for where it says desired outcome, would that be proper expectations set maybe?
Yeah.
I almost feel like based on how quickly licenses get processed, I almost feel like there was a goal and it has been met. So, because if the negative responses are based on historical things that happened before, that's not an issue anymore. If the board is consistently hitting its deadlines, well before, it almost seems like the problem has been solved. And I don't know, I feel like it's always nice to improve the board's perception, but if it is actually meeting it, it's like, I don't know how much time needs to be spent on letting everyone know, oh, we've actually already overcome this. But
so does this goal area, good point, does this goal area become more sustainment versus changing? Because it seems like it's in a good place.
Right, and with the strategic plan, you went to avoid business as usual, so it's going to just be a matter of maintaining. We could just remove the goal area. Basically, this was just to communicate, hey, likelihood is taking very quick and all, but if we think that this doesn't belong in the strategic plan, we can remove it.
I think the reason, it's up to all you, right? But I think just again, from the staff perspective, while we, engaged with this one and said what we said with it, notwithstanding everything else about the processing time being where it is if there's 300 or so new applicants every year. If one of those people doesn't know the good work that we're doing, then that's an opportunity to better communicate. Because I feel like that is achievable. We're not talking about, I'm using optometry as an example. We're not talking about tens of thousands of applications every year, right? We're talking about on the optometry side, where a lot of the complaints had historically come from in licensing. It's 300 people a year. So, my goal is that they should all know that. They should all know what that process looks like. I'm talking to almost half of that number every year with the 3 California schools. So, I think that was why we had said what we said in terms of just communicating the process better. Yeah.
We can also say the process communicated better.
All right, so what we're creating today is a draft. This is not the last time you'll see this. So if you change your mind, we'll keep it in for now. But if you, at the end of the day, you decide to, after thinking about, no, let's just remove this, you can do that. Okay, so we'll keep it for now. The second one is continuing education requirements. The legislature has determined that it's a way to, the minimum competency is met, and the purpose is, or the desired outcome is to better align the continuing education requirements with statutory requirements. How does that sound to you?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
So if we know there are CE requirements, we know that the legislature, so are they saying we don't have enough? Or are they saying they're not easy to find? Are they saying they cost too much? What are they saying?
A variety of things.
Okay.
So this is where we got to go back to the environmental scan. So what stakeholders said on CE was 4 things: clarifying the use of online and defining which virtual classes are acceptable, decreasing the number of hours required, clarifying requirements in general, and collaborating with stakeholders to ensure CE is relevant.
Okay, I got you.
To the first point about it being, clarifying the use of online and defining which are virtual, we already did that. We did that in 2023 when we passed our CE regulations. So again, that suggests to me a communication issue. Decreasing the number of CE hours required, that requires statute. It's in law, 5035 and 10. Clarifying the process and requirements in general and collaborating with stakeholders to ensure the CE is relevant was what led us to talk about better aligning CE requirements with statutory requirements. One of the things that we've talked about before is that within the 50 hours requirement, there's a 35-hour requirement for ocular disease. But what exactly is that? Arbo Cope has a bunch of categories that they have determined fit in ocular disease. We use a lot of those same categories at our practice and education committee who reviews these CE courses, but they're not exactly aligned, right? And so there is or could be an opportunity to better align the CE requirements in that way. That was one of the suggestions that we had there. In terms of collaborating with stakeholders to ensure CE is relevant, I mean, more than half, if not more than that, at least half, I would say, of the CE hours that folks take don't even come to this board at all. They're automatically acceptable hours pursuant to what the law already outlines. So how would we collaborate there to ensure it's relevant? Well, we'd have to change all those laws to bring all that CE in. And I don't think I'm not sure that that's something that we're interested in. So, one example though, in terms of collaborating would be, we could invite Arbo Cope to present at a meeting and explain from their perspective, how their process is, what they do with CE courses. That might be an opportunity for collaboration, but
to meetings to explain.
We had a discussion earlier. We talked about it during the meeting about making sure that people are not unnecessarily penalized for not meeting those requirements. Did that fall under that as well?
Your question presumes that that's happening. I'm not.
I had an issue recently where somebody was penalized for taking an action where they apparently failed.
I don't think we could talk about that.
We can't go in detail.
Yeah.
Because of things that were outside their control. So when I look at meeting continuing education requirements, I think it's practical as well as theoretical, that we need to make it so that license holders can meet those requirements and not be unnecessarily punished if they fail to meet them. Or we can, impose some lesser level of reprimand versus fine if they don't meet it, that type of thing. So that to me would kind of fall under that, because you want them to meet the requirements and you want to make sure that what happens if they don't meet it is fair and equitable.
Yeah, I guess I don't know enough about the specifics to comment or opine. I think my perspective is that the audit program is exceeding those minimum requirements in terms of fair and equitable.
It's not about whether they're auditing effectively or not. I'm sure they are. I'm just saying that the options available to them maybe should be expanded instead of, and I don't know this to be the fact, but if the minimal imposition of discipline for not meeting the requirements is fine, maybe we should have a lower level like reprimand. If that's something that we could talk about at a greater board meeting, I think it would be important for us to discuss.
The board is always, I think you guys could, if the board wanted me to carry out the direction that I'm going in a different way, I think the board has the ability to discuss and direct me to do that. But the way that we are operating in the audit program right now is pursuant to the present delegation authority and direction and following the statute. Do I have the ability right now to issue public letters of reprimand? Yeah. Public letter of reprimand is actually a form of formal discipline, which a citation is not. So if we wanted to change and go in a more formal discipline direction, we could do that. But citation and fine is not formal discipline, and it's a minimum level of sanction, if you will. The board could, for example, direct me to not issue a single fine with the citation. I think that's something that the board could have a discussion with and do for a CE violation. That's not what we are doing presently. But that's for the board to decide. I mean, some of the conversation we had earlier was about increasing our audits. So that's an appropriate conversation too. I think just as it would be if the board wanted me in my role to carry out citations and fine and administrative sanction in a different way. That's for the board to decide.
I wasn't suggesting a higher level discipline. I was suggesting a lesser level than a fine. And that maybe it's not discipline, maybe it's just a letter of assertion of non-compliance or whatever you want to call it. But it would be good under certain circumstances for the staff to have an option below fine, so that they can simply inform people of a wrong, have them fix it, and it disappears.
That option exists right now. I am not beholden by any law that I'm aware of to issue a citation with a fine. It's my discretion to issue a citation with or without. So I think that's why I'm suggesting if the board wanted to discuss and then vote as a group and direct me to no longer do that, I would carry out that order. Absent that order, it's presently within my discretion to decide when I'm issuing a citation whether a fine should be there or not. And that's the decision that I've made, is to issue fines for citations.
Okay. Well, at some point, I would like to put a NIGS is not the right form for that. If you don't want to do it as a goal, then I can do it as a suggestion at the end. But I think this is a further discussion we should have. But if we don't want to do it as a goal, then we'll just put it on the agenda. So, but it looks like something has been typed on there.
Yes, so there was talk about inviting, was it ARPO? Is that actually?
Yeah.
to meetings to explain, what was it to explain? To explain various CE or what was it?
Yeah, I think it would make sense to have ARBO. ARBO has a COPE committee, Council of Practitioner Education, who plays a large role nationally in CE, broadly speaking.
Okay.
And it might make sense to invite them to explain what their process is, the categories of approval that they issue. And that might lead to a fruitful discussion.
And
I think.
Africa was
Hope, correct. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that, whether it should be a citation or some alternative form of penalty or discipline, that might need to be a larger conversation or a separate conversation. But for the sake of strategic planning purposes, maybe we could maybe clarify CE in terms of, like the responsibility a licensee has when it comes to, whether courses are fully approved or not. I don't know if that type of clarification is available now.
I want to jump in with what she said. I know you want to say something, President Jeff. Clarifying the CE requirements and process in general. That sounds like a great statement for what we should be doing. However that comes out, maybe that's the steps to it. But I think,
And I'm open to all ideas there. I have talked about CE at every board meeting that I've been a part of for 3 years. We have talked about the process. The summer newsletter we just issued has extensive information, which is not the first time. I'm open to every idea about how to get licensees to, one, understand the requirements that have been in place for a very long time. 50, 35, and 10 has been there for a while.
Yeah.
And everything around that, because I'm not finding the personal success in that outreach and explanation. I talk about it at every meeting I go to, not just here. Every presentation at every university I've ever given, CE is a big component of it, and yet we see a third of people still failing and not clear on the requirements.
So I think I have three things to put out. So I think the reason there's such a high number of CE failures is because we've had so many years, decades of no audits, right? So you kind of train your optometrists that, yeah, I'll do my CE, but they never check. So if I'm 1 short, 10 short, it's no big deal. So that's why it's going to take a little bit of time. But I think that's also why it's hard. I think it's important that we enforce these minimums and find the members. It might be significant, but it has to hurt a little bit. Otherwise, the word's not going to get out in the street and you're not going to change habits. So I think it's really important that we stick to the enforcement that we have. Number two, Greg, on the desired outcomes, better align CE requirements with statutory requirements. Are you saying align with COPE? Is that what that's?
It could mean that. Yeah, it could mean that.
Talk about that too.
Yeah, so in the statute, it says you have to have 35 hours in like the treatment and management of ocular disease, or so the phrase is something similar to that. We could better align the regulation to that statement. What are the exact categories for ocular disease? There is some question about that. The way we have interpreted it is always to be favorable to the licensee. We look at what COPE and ARBO says are categories for ocular disease as well. So I think that is an opportunity in terms of better aligning. And the statute just says in topics related to ocular disease, we could say more specifically what those exactly are in regulation. And that would be an example of better aligning.
And the third point is to encourage members to use a tracker. And we talked about that too. We encourage members to use it. That tracker is a really good system where you can enter your CE and it will already categorize it for you. So when you come up to an audit, Greg, the staff will just go to a tracker first. If all the CE is in line and you have enough in every category, then the audit is done. If you don't, then you have to reach out to the member. Please send me your CE certificates. And then the member is digging through piles of paperwork looking for, their old CE. That's really challenging. So if we can get people into the habit of just using it, and it's very inexpensive, it would help everyone. So I always push it when I talk to optometrists. And I know Greg has switched it too, but if we could just keep beating that drum, so a tracker, it makes everyone's life better.
Help me out with that acronym. Is that OE tracker?
Yeah. It technically stands for something, but optometric edge, but everybody calls it OE tracker.
All right. There we, okay, I see a pause, so something to add?
I had an idea for our licensees. What if we did offered like a free self-study CE where we have licensees, they can submit a CE course 1 or 2 hours, and it's something we could put in our newsletter, and maybe perhaps like waiving the fee for that course approval, something that we could offer our licensees.
So I like the idea. There is something in our regulation, I don't have it in front of me, that does give CE for authorship of articles and journals. And it gives CE to the person who authored it, not to the person who may be consuming or reading it. And you're suggesting
That way we don't
So
have to slow
offered
down.
it's available free of charge through our newsletter, and if it's enduring for the 2 years that it's proved, it's up there, and it's something that can continually be added. So, someone can get half of their CE, after a few years, we have just those articles. And if it's approved for that 2 year, they're.
I think we just have to see how it fits into the existing scheme of CE right now, right? Where there has to be, depending on whether it's live and interactive or something else, there has to be a quiz and other components to the CE. Yeah. I mean, I like the idea. I'm not trying to sound like I'm, not liking it. But as a reminder, every optometrist can get free CE by attending this meeting. And how many are doing that? Very, very few. So they already have free opportunity for CE by just watching this meeting. And there's probably not more than 12 people signed up to watch right now.
But thank you for watching.
But thank you.
Make sure you get your paperwork in.
There's 8,000 optometrists in the state of California, and they're not attending these meetings. They're not getting the free CE they could get in that way. But it's a good idea if there's a way to publish something that somebody could, I don't know, maybe we have to publish it with like a quiz or something in there to meet that requirement. It'd be an innovative idea. But I'd love to be issuing a lot of 4-hour certificates to optometrists who attend our meeting too, and we're not issuing those either, so.
Well, we added it to the house, so we did capture the free self-study for CE just as an idea, because we're capturing ideas, this is brainstorming.
I mean, just real quick, another way of doing that might be, I don't know how we would do it. Again, we'd have to talk with council probably and look at our regs and everything, but a board webinar. Right? Like something like that, where we created an event or something, and then you invite people to it. Couldn't have 3 members or more. It'd be a board meeting, right? But a webinar might be another kind of sort of synonymous to your idea there. Town hall, yeah, something like that.
Are we good with number 2? Any green pals? All right. Third one is website needs to be updated. Why? Because the template's old, text heavy, navigation needs to be improved. A desired outcome could be just a more user-friendly website.
Yep.
So that could be.
I got some updates for the group on this one. I think this is something in process or in progress. At least it's on a list of things to be done. There are a lot of DCA boards that have our outdated template. And I think there's an interest among all of those boards and the department itself to update that. It's not going to be free or cheap. That's going to probably cost tens of thousands of dollars, 30, 40K at least, I would imagine, to accomplish that work. So it's just something that everybody needs to know to help, inform the decision that we make there. But yeah, we have a very text-heavy website. It's very outdated. I don't know how accessible, right, to use that word from earlier, it really is, given how outdated and text-heavy it is. But yeah, just some information about that.
In terms terms of the how, would that be just working with OIS or?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's working with OIS, which is our Office of Information Services.
So how does people feel about green panel? Okay, okay. All right, so the fourth one, move on to the fourth one, is communicating with stakeholders to provide good customer service. And then one of the how would be work with DCA to quantify communications. Now, in the environmental scan, when stakeholders talked about communication could be improved, applicants wanted communication on application statuses, inactive status, and we're finding it difficult to reach staff. So I don't know if we want, for the desired outcome, what we'd like.
Well, better communication.
Better communication, okay.
Well, I think if we were able to quantify that, you could set a goal against it, right? Like,
Okay.
I'm going to make up a number, 90% or whatever it is. But is there a ticketing system now in place where?
So the reason why we came up with quantify is kind of to your point. I think this concern or issue is coming from the phone side of our comms and not from email side of our comms. That's what I think. And I partially think that because I can quantify and track email much more easily than I can phone. So I want to work with DCA and see if we can pull phone data, if we can access that and try to quantify that. How many calls are we getting? How much time are somebody spending on a call? How many how many calls are not getting answered or going to voicemail? And do that sort of analysis to try to quantify to see, is this 1 or 2 or 10 people that just had a hard time that day, or is this an actual systemic problem? So that was sort of from a staff perspective where we had talked about it and wanted to start from. In terms of the email side of our comms, one of the very first things that I did when I came on board was put in place an intake communication plan. And our goal is to return every communication within 4 days. So far as I can tell, electronically, that's happening. Most of it is same day. But phones are something that I don't have as much insight into. So I do want to try to pull that data and work with DCA to see what that looks like. And I think to your point, once we get that, then we would be able to work backward from there and sort of analyze it and put in place plans to fix things that need to be fixed.
So are we good with 4 or did we? All right. Now we get to, did anyone come with objectives that they wanted to add for this whole area? And keep in mind that we still have some sunset review items that have not been addressed that we might want to tackle here.
Well, I can talk about some of the sunset items. I think, so remind me though, the sunset items, these were items that we identified in our own sunsets?
So solid planning. So
Solid. Got it.
Sunset review and identify items that we felt would fit under this goal area.
Yeah.
They may be addressed, but if you, I will say, the exec is telling us that we need to help programs focus on the sunset.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure that these are included.
So I think thanks for that context. I think most of these items are either done or in progress in one way or another. I mean, temporary licenses, that was done coming out of COVID. That was SB 509 for optometry. There is not a temporary license process for opticianry. So that might be the angle that was coming, that was being approached from. Probationary registration for opticianry, we secured that in the sunset bill, so that is effective in January. And then expedite, there already is expedited licensure depending on who you are, military spouse. At the risk of just saying something maybe wrong here, I kind of personally push back on any other form of expediting because again, we already do that. Every license is issued within a few weeks of it being applied for, and in some cases, in many cases, less than a week. So, and the other risk with expedited licensure, Governor Newsom just vetoed an expedited licensure bill, and he said that one of the reasons why is when everything becomes expedited, nothing becomes expedited, right? Is the more things that we say have to be expedited, the harder it actually becomes to expedite. So, for the Board of Optometry, I'm really proud of how fast that we are able to process applications in expedited licensure didn't seem to me like something that was that important. So I thought a lot of these sunset items were already being worked on or taken care of. We talked about mobile optometric and what we need to do there. There is already waiver of license renewal fees if you're military, for example, but if somebody wanted to propose a different waiver for a different reason, we would listen to it. So.
Can I ask a question about, considering this is a multi-year horizon project, right? What did we say, 4 years? And I think, Greg, you said at the beginning, we're already at the 100% limit to the statutes as far as fees.
Yeah.
So where does that fit into this longer term view? You know, do we have the ability, if we need to raise, as an example, raise, not that we want to, but raise fees? Or are we locked in to where we have to talk about that on the next sunset review? So
it's a great question. So I think one of the concerns in the scan was that the fees are too high. Yeah. But to your question, the sunset bill secured new fee maximums for us. So the way that works, hopefully at the risk of being, not overcomplicating it, is you have a fee floor and a fee ceiling. And the fee floor is what's being charged right now. In the sunset bill that will take effect in January, it will establish new fee ceilings. How we move from floor to ceiling can only be done in regulation. So in terms of the next 4 or 5 years, in terms of the out years, we should be good in terms of where our fees are. We have no plans to raise fees right now or in the near term, but we have room in the regulatory space to propose to raise them when we need to, given that the statute will update in January to allow for that.
So with that said, it looks like we might be done with this goal area. How do people feel about that? I see a green.
Are we keeping number 1?
Yes. For now.
Okay.
Again, this is a draft. You'll get another chance to look at it, but yes, we're keeping it for now. With that said, we'll get to the second goal area, which is examination, and take a look at that definition and let us know if that works for you. All right, same green paddle. Oh, I got it. Oh, okay, great. All right, so we'll go to the top.
Hold on, Stacy.
With that, because it has a petition.
Yeah. I was going to point out the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think
to change that.
well, it would require a very lengthy process to do that. Stacy is absolutely right, and I was going to point out the same thing. There's a reason, there must have been a reason why we put in parentheses California Law and Regs exam, right? We wanted to be clear that that's the exam we're talking about and not the national board exams that I think we don't control, right? That would be my guess there. But you're absolutely right. There is no state level equivalent exam for opticianry. And so opticianry exams are conducted by the national organization, not by us. So I don't know exactly how we wordsmith that in a way that makes it a little bit more accurate, but I was noticing the same thing that you were just noticing.
Should we just get rid of or opticianry, or?
Well, let me contradict myself, I guess. Because we still have a responsibility as a state licensing board to make sure that the national exams, both for optometry and opticianry, are fair, valid, and defensible, even though they are not exams that we control or administer.
Okay.
And we do have a process of doing that. Every 5 or so years, OPES, the Office of Professional Examination Services within the Department of Consumer Affairs, enters into a contract with the state board to do a validation study, if you will, of the national exams. That's been done in the past. And so that, I think, is the process and the way that California accomplishes this, to make sure that those national exams are fair, valid, and defensible for both optometry and opticianry, even though they're not exams that we control, if that makes sense. So I don't know if we need to necessarily change anything under that context now that I think about it, but we do specifically call out in that parentheses the CLRE.
Can the wording just be changed?
Can we?
Illegally defensible exam and licensing process?
Just delete the parentheses?
No, just the
Oh.
exam and licensing process. And to ensure that only qualified and competent individuals and licensed registers to provide optometric or opticianry services. So it's just a legally defensible exam and licensing process.
And then, yeah.
And you can take that, the actual exam out.
Legally defensible exam and licensing process. Yeah.
And then every
To ensure.
lead process, no, we
Legally defensible exam and licensing process.
Process instead of exam.
now
And then delete.
skip down to ensure. Take out in between, no, take out what's in between.
To take out the parentheses.
Yeah,
Okay, so take out the parentheses.
to ensure.
Yeah, that makes the goal broader and more applicable, more accurate. And then within the objectives, some of that detail maybe related to the CLRE or whatever.
Our wordsmith.
Okay, so I'm seeing green, seeing green, okay. Top strength in the exam thing, that exam scheduling has improved, so congratulations on that. And then look at the here weaknesses or sunset review items, and again, check mark that have already been addressed. And we'll take a look at, again, you have a printout of this summary thing that you can refer to in your packet. And then we'll look at what board staff came up with, and you can decide whether to keep it, edit it, or add to it. First one, exam questions and materials. You need to be current, remove references to antiquated laws, and how better curate the SMEs, helping with the exam, explore working with legal to review the exams. How do people feel about them? Good, okay. And then second one, exam retake. It's already been reduced from 6 to 3 months. So in this case, it seems like the solution is just to communicate these new timeframes so that people are aware of them. How do people feel about number 2?
Is 3 months just an administrative, like, is that just physically that's all that's possible, or?
Probably all that we could do right now. Yeah, just a little bit of history for you, Dr. Tedder. The exam is developed by workshops that are the participants in the workshop are licensed optometrists that are on contract with us. So they're our subject matter experts. And historically, this program has had a hard time finding enough SMEs to conduct that work. And so that was kind of all we could do was a 6-month interval, because the exam has to be, we don't want you retaking the same exam that you just took. So you take a different exam. We have explored with OPES, who assist us in this area over the last year or so, because there was a lot of question and concern from the deans about 6 months, right? You're graduating May, you fail it, you got to wait 6 months. It might be end of summer by the time you can take it again. All those jobs have come and gone, right? And so we looked at what we could do with OPES and spent a little bit of time doing some more recruitment, got a little bit more SMEs on contract, and we're able to have a few more workshops during the year to help build the questions. It's a 2-part process. You have to have a workshop to write the questions, and then you have to have a scoring workshop against those questions. We were able to build enough of that where we could sufficiently reduce the time from 6 to 3. I don't know how much more we could really reduce it, just given those sort of limitations around finding enough SMEs and conducting enough workshops. This is also a very costly endeavor. We pay OPES, we're paying about $50,000 a year just to do the present work. And that's not including all the reimbursement that we provide to the SMEs in terms of flying. They get paid nominally. I'm not going to retire off of it, but a little bit of payment to participate in those workshops. They also get CE credit for doing so. So just some of the the logistical limitations of all of that. But the response from the deans has been very good about 3 months. So
Okay, thank you.
So we're good with 2. All right. 3, exam pass rates are low is the issue. And then we have for how the board address it, work with schools to study materials, conduct outreach presentations. Why address it? Could be
Goes to our mission and vision.
Well, and to be clear, this came from internal. This issue about the rates being low was identified internally by staff. It was not identified externally by stakeholders. We had seen the pass rate go down from around 90% all the way to 81. Now this past fiscal year, it went back up to 89. So that's good news. But 1 year is just 1 year. So what we have been doing is what we will continue to do in terms of what we identified there, just working with them to give presentations. At every presentation I give, we include practice questions, and I, try to force the students to volunteer to answer, and hopefully over time that'll help. The more outreach we do, the more they can be familiar with the exam a little bit without jeopardizing the validity of it and the defensibility of it. Hopefully that'll help. But I just wanted to be clear that we identified the exam rate and it didn't come from external folks.
in terms of why address it, I did hear someone say to support the board's mission and vision.
Well, I'll say consumer protection.
Consumer
I think
protection.
President Garcia had his hand up.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, so, Greg, I'm assuming you're talking about CLR.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
Related, it's not necessarily our problem, but I would also, you've got another line, or in this one, too, and you've done great work with NBO to continue to encourage NBO to increase transparency and test validity, because that's even the larger problem is the NBO and not CLR. So
Okay, so for the, and work with NBEO to increase transparency
monitor validity of tests
and monitor validity of the test. Okay.
Yeah, good addition.
Okay. So how do people feel about their? Okay, see green tiles, okay. And that is all we had for examination. Did anyone have anything they wanted to add to the floor? Okay, so I forgot that we needed to take public comment after the first goal area. So I say we take public comment for the first two goal areas, licensing,
Sure.
administration, and examination. So any public comment in the room?
Ruby, come closer to a mic, please.
I just do want to thank you very much for addressing Optometry with the education part. And we do want to review the exams exactly for the objective that you have. So really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruby.
And then moderator, are there any public comments online for either licensing and registration or examination?
Let's find out. This is the moderator. If anyone would like to offer a comment on those two goal areas or the objectives that have been created, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. And our mobile device users might have to go behind that 3-dot other options to find the hand icon. Any comments on the first two goal areas? I do not see any requests for comment. I'll close that and hand it back to you.
Thank you, moderator. And so now we're going to do a changing of the guard. We'll hear David cover the next couple of goal areas and I'll do the typing. We're trying to do everything we can to help you stay awake. We know this is a tough process to get through, so.
All right, so we're starting with goal area 3, and I'll actually read it to you because that's helpful to me. The board protects the health and safety of consumers through the active enforcement of law and regulation governing the safe practice of optometry and opticianry in California. How does that, I'm seeing green signs.
Yeah.
You're all happy with that?
Cool.
All right, so quick pat on the back for your strengths. Continuing education audits have increased. And the weaknesses. All right, starting off with staff suggestions. How do we feel about this first one?
As you guys are thinking about it, I always find it, I think it helpful perhaps to unpack some of the detail about the comment, right? So it came from external stakeholders about lack of enforcement, and they identified 6 things: repeated infractions that go unchecked, corporations ignoring regulations, controlling doctor decisions, negatively impacting patient care, eye exams performed without the presence of a licensed doctor, technicians performing very limited refractions signed off by doctors, salespeople working as opticians, online sales with improper or no prescriptions. One of the sources of the staff comment was like, we would love to hear about those complaints. Tell us about them. Unfortunately or fortunately, we're a complaint-driven organization, so we're not able to be present in every office. We don't know what we don't know. And so if there are eye exams being performed without the presence of a doctor, we want to know about that. Please tell us. Please report that to the board. We've talked a little bit earlier today about online sales without, registration or proper prescriptions. Very difficult to enforce, but we're trying hard there. Again, corporations ignoring regulations, controlling doctor decisions, negatively impacting patient care. We need to be told about these things. We need to know that such and such corporation is perhaps violating Business and Professions Code 655 by controlling the scheduling of your patients or what have you. We don't know about that if we don't have a case that we can go investigate. So perhaps that's an outreach thing in terms of working with more organizations and in terms of that equity lens. I think a lot of times we focus on the stakeholders that we know, right? Schools, CSSO, et cetera. But maybe there are other community organizations that are not directly in, the eye care world, if you will, that we should reach out to let them know, hey, here's the Board of Optometry, here's our consumer notice, here's what we do, here's how you file a complaint.
A question about what you just described. Do you take anonymous complaints?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm at a loss as well.
Yeah.
Because that sometimes is a bar to people.
Yeah. Yeah, we take anonymous complaints. Yep.
It looks right to me.
All right, number 2.
Yeah, this was identified by externals. They said they'd like to see improvements. They identified 3 things: clear guidelines when responses need to be received, reporting violations to educate licensees, help them stay compliant, providing clear, more accessible enforcement policies. So just trying to unpack those a little bit. I mean, clear guidelines on when responses need to be received. If that's referring to when we issue a letter to a licensee, you're told right in the letter when you have to respond. For an optometrist, it's unprofessional conduct subject to a violation if you do not respond to our investigation or complaint within, I think it's 15 days. No such law exists on the opticianry side, although we do always identify in every letter we send to a licensee when we are asking for the information to be responded to. We already, as you guys, I think as the board knows, report all of the violations. We report it on our website. It's reported in 2 places on our website, not just on the consumer tab. It's also reported on DCA search, which everybody can access. We also report it in our newsletter. So, again, I'm struggling of ways to come up with how we can better get that information out there. But we do report it. The third one was the one that we focused on as staff, I thought, which was the providing clear, more accessible enforcement policies. It's been a while since we've had an Enforcement 101 presentation at the board. We have talked about and had some fits and struggles with having the AG come and give a presentation. I'm still looking forward to bringing that at a future board meeting. So I think those are a couple ways that we could accomplish that. Is again more on that outreach, providing a little more clarity to the complaint process, right? You filed a complaint, now what? Like, what happens next? That's stuff that we can talk about and present publicly, and maybe that would help external folks understand our communication a little bit more.
Sorry if I missed this, Greg, but the total responses in this category were 108 out of 8,000.
Well,
So-
the universe of optometrists is 8,000. The total licensees, I think, is probably there's 20,000 licensees. It was sent to everybody.
So this was 108 people that
Yeah.
had these. Okay.
Yeah.
Portion of the 108.
Yeah.
What, if anything, can we put in our desired outcome column?
Satisfaction with better communication, something like that. So at the end of the day, it's outside people who tell us if they're satisfied or not, so they have to
Yeah.
be satisfied.
All right, does that mean we're ready to move on to 3? See green lights.
I think this was identified by staff as well. It's something we know we need to do. That's kind of the bottom line. We need to get we need to get these regs, back to the board and then get that process going. So we put this on there as just a way to keep ourselves accountable as staff and EO. We need to get it done. So if there's another strap, 4 years from now, we're talking about the next strap plan and that's still on there, then I failed.
So can we set a reasonable
Time frame?
time frame, a reasonable starting? And
Within-
action plan.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, the lifespan of this strategic plan will be probably 4 years. So you'll have 4 years to get all the objectives accomplished.
Can we put in a suggested time frame, like within 12 months, within 24 months, that kind of thing?
Well, when Greg asked if that's an action planning, after we're done with this process, there's another process that we call action planning, where we're going to lay out the time frame for these things.
So that's not required here.
Not today.
Okay, got it.
Do we need to put something in this area?
As far as what our desired outcome is, yeah.
How about soon?
Well, or at least begin the step.
Well, the desired outcome, I know you guys are, the board's focusing on, or when it gets done.
Or the how, I'm sorry.
But can you scroll up a little bit so I can see how can the board solve address? Well, I think we're trying, right? Part of the problem with this issue, any regulation, and I think there's more to talk about this later on in another goal area, is we haven't had a policy analyst for 2 years. And we've talked about that. I've been very open with the board about that issue and the process and the hoops and hurdles that we've had with that position. It's now filled and we'll have that person starting later this month. So one of their jobs is going to be to deal with this with these packages as well as the other regulations. So that's part of how it's going to be accomplished. Yeah, I'm fine if the board wants to put,
No, that's good.
get it done next year type of thing.
No, that's good. Work with new policy and
All right. We've got a fourth one up here. Or was that a red sign or a green sign? Okay, red or green. We're ready to go on to 4.
Yeah, this was identified by stakeholders. We identified the how because I think we need a random sample. I mean, every enforcement case is different. I've not seen any 2 enforcement cases that are exactly alike. I don't even know if that's possible. Maybe I just don't have enough time in the job yet, but they're all different. A failure to refer case and a failure to refer case are not going to be the same. They're going to have different facts. that you have to evaluate and deal with. So what we came up with was random, let's random sample some and have DCA help us out if they can to look into this. Now, why do I say DCA if they can help us out? They had an enforcement enlighten project that they did. I don't know how the board was picked, not our board, but a board was picked for that. It was like a deep dive into all things enforcement. That's not exactly what I think this issue is, but if there was some process like that where we could random sample some cases and have somebody at DCA, sort of look at that, maybe kind of like an audit, but I don't want to necessarily call it that. So again, kind of help us identify, okay, we random sampled these cases. Were there some bottlenecks? Were there some unnecessary delays that didn't need to happen that we could learn from that might inform other cases in the overall process? But every case is going to be different in enforcement. So sometimes they are going to take a while. Other times things can go a little quicker, but that was what we came up with, was just identifying some random sample cases. We don't want to cherry pick, so we wanted to random sample them and look at them and try to learn from them. I think, as some board members know, a lot of these cases, sometimes the timeline is outside of our control, especially when it's with the AG's office. So there are, like I said, there's a lot of different elements to this, but that was what we suggested. And the desired outcome would be that, I guess it depends on what side of the aisle you're sitting on. If you're the complainant, the desired outcome is you felt like you were heard and, that justice was fair and timely and all of those things. I suspect the same things if you're the subject of the complaint, that you would want to feel that, the process was fair and you had an opportunity to, be heard and all of those things. So we were trying to, lean in here, if you will, to what stakeholders were identifying.
I was gonna say, I agree, you need to clear the bottlenecks, and that's a good process to engage in. I've mentioned it probably more times than I should. The staff has put targets in place to tell us when they're meeting their expectations or not. And I would just ask if there's any other areas that we can put additional targets in to consider that. Just so we know what the metrics look like and can evaluate them objectively. And I like what I've seen so far. You guys are meeting your metrics, which is exactly what I'm looking for. If we can add more, I think it would help us do our job better.
All right, are we satisfied with what 4 says? We want to fill in a desired outcome beyond our how?
I would suggest, whenever it comes back up, objective evidence of progress. Meeting targets is one way to show that.
All right. We have a 5th thing that we should address. As a reminder, we have the sunset review items that have not yet been addressed. You might want to take a peek at. Expanded scope of practice for optometrists and optometric ophthalmologist assistants. Arrest records eligible to be automatically sealed. There's a Senate bill for that. Senate Bill 731. Increased complaints and Attorney General raising its fees.
Are we supposed to address those?
Those are things that were addressed in your sunset that the legislature will probably be asking come the next sunset review.
But didn't you just say some of those are being addressed by Senate bills and the like?
They're not, well.
So specifically, there's a Senate bill out there for arrest records to be automatically sealed if they're eligible for such a thing.
Okay. So is that something we address or something we wait for them to address?
I think what the ask is that we need to consider items that were discussed or brought up in the Sunset Review Report in the context of this strat plan. I think specifically with the arrest records issue, there are a variety of existing laws that are already out there that make records subject to being sealed or otherwise expunged or dismissed. All of that plays a role in both enforcement and licensing because all of our licensees are fingerprint background checked. So we may not get a record because it was sealed.
Right.
I'm not sure if there's anything necessary that we have to deal with specifically on that.
I was just hearing things about Attorney General raising fees. I don't think we can do anything about that, right?
No, we can't.
So
Except just complain about it.
right, we can always complain. I'm just saying, in that list, is there anything that we can be proactively involved in to positively change it? Didn't sound like anything unless I missed something.
Well, like earlier in the day, EO Pruden was discussing how you're budgeting for fees as they increase over the years. I think it was specifically on salaries, but this would probably be no different.
So
Would
we
be a
should
check.
anticipate an outcome and then plan for it? Is that what you're suggesting?
If it's in your sunset review, it's something that you might want to consider.
Here's an example, I think. Like, let's take the AG rates.
Mhm.
If we don't have a ton of cases that we send to the AG,
Mhm.
which is a good thing. If we had a lot of cases that were going to the AG, them raising their rates would impact us and may make us have to evaluate the decision to send it to the AG at all, just because of limited resources on our end.
Mhm.
And especially given the fact that we don't have any control in their raising of rates, and we're sort of always told after the fact, or, hey, we're raising your rate effective next week, which is, I think, what happened in this most recent example.
Mhm.
So I think it could matter in that context. It's not something that's presently really impacting us, though, at
Right,
the
so
moment.
this is one we may not have to deal with today, is
Yeah.
what you're suggesting? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it, just to follow up on that point, is it fair to say that any sunset review issue that has been identified, you've already scrubbed through those and put them on this plan so that a year or two from now, we're not surprised by, oh, there's a gotcha that we should have been working on from today that could come up in the next sunset review process?
I don't think there's going to be a gotcha, but I don't think we haven't included everything from Sunset Review in here.
But those items that may be within our
Yeah.
ability to control, you feel like we covered those.
I think so far. Yeah.
So maybe we can move forward?
Okay,
All right.
public comment.
Other comment.
Do we have any public comment in the room for the whole area of enforcement? Okay, moderator, any public comment online for the goal area of enforcement?
Let's find out if anyone would like to make a comment on the enforcement objectives information developed. You may look for the hand icon and click at that to raise your hand. And that's usually at the bottom of your WebEx screen, or if you're on a mobile device, might be behind the 3-dot other options. And as a note to our presenters, WebEx does not see the PowerPoint any longer. So I don't know if there's much.
There is a
anything we
connection
can do.
issue on our end.
Okay.
Right, we got kicked out and we're trying to rejoin, but it doesn't look like it's going to let us.
All right. Okay, we can see some of the broad strokes on the screen, but everyone is certainly hearing the good discussion. And I do not see any requests for comment, so I will turn it back to you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have goal area 4, outreach. The board proactively educates, informs, and engages consumers, licensees, students, and other stakeholders about the practices of optometry and opticianry and the laws and regulations which govern them. Green signs all around. Okay. And so your top strength, Emails are being sent regarding updates, actions, and meetings. And our weaknesses. We've got check marks next to newsletters, communication increase, outreach. We have not aware. We have people who have stated that they're not aware of any outreach. And then we have a check mark next to educational outreach is needed. And then we have another statement for lack of interest. And let's start with our issues identified by staff.
Yeah. Yeah, we leaned into that one because I think it's also important to unpack. So could improve his communication. There were 4 suggestions. Use concise summaries in plain English to inform stakeholders of upcoming and pending legislation. Increase communication regarding positive actions the board's taking. Informing licensees of regulation changes well in advance. Providing an annual document of the most recent laws governing the profession. We leaned into some of those items, and you see what we identified. There are other technologies out there. We actually, as leadership, received a presentation recently over the past year about the Hemingway app, for example, about how you can just try to make your communications more at like an 8th grade reading level. So that's something that we'll look into. There's also some, I think, functionality in the same regard on Microsoft Copilot to try to make things less dense. So that's certainly something that we thought that we could improve on. Some of the other things that folks are talking about, like informing licensees of regulation changes, the entire regulation process is a public process, right? It's a 45-day comment period. So I think we are doing that. The other item that they identified that I think is a good idea is providing an annual document of laws that govern the professions. As I think the board knows, we had not produced a statutory law book for many years. It was 4 or 5 years outdated. We did publish, we did update that publication and plan to continue doing so. But we also think in this regard, perhaps like a 1-pager, especially after a year like this with sunset, like a 1-pager of statutory changes coming into effect on Jan 1 would be a helpful document as well. So we have been discussing and talking about some of these items. And so, yeah, we leaned into that one. We thought it made sense.
Could we add to how can we address it, make it a 1-page annual document?
I might have talked in one about number 2.
Yeah.
Actually.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it's a good idea. We would want it to be a 1-pager, ideally. Now, I mean, theoretically, there could be a year where there's 40 bills that pass that impact us, and we'll have to deal with that. But, for this year, for example, we had 1 bill, really, the sunset bill, and it's not hard to put together a 1-pager and distribute that. So,
yeah, there is a lot of advantage in brevity, as you've noted up there.
Yeah.
People get intimidated by 4, 5, 10 pages. They'll read 1 page, 2 pages.
Of course, licensees will never hear me stop saying, and I'll say it again here, you got to read the laws. I mean, you're not going to pass the exam if you don't read the laws. And I know that law book is 500 pages. You're going to have to read it. But yes, you're right. In terms of communication, ease of getting information out, especially for consumers too, right? We shouldn't just think about this as licensees, but for consumers too, a digestible document is critical.
Yeah, if you can do like just a bullet point with a link or something.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
As we talk about outreach, I think I just want to level it up as we discuss all of these individual points. I've worked with our ED staff to try to figure out ways of effectively expanding our outreach. And as we see in number 3, engagement is extremely challenging because the specific audiences that we are trying to reach for various things have extraordinarily different needs. And the resources we have to communicate are very minimal. And it strikes me that one of the things that we might want to think about in this regard is who our primary audiences are, who our key audiences are, and ignore the rest. because we do not have the capacity, based on current resources, to try to touch everyone. And I may be completely wrong about this, but it strikes me that the three audiences, in my mind, perhaps in first place and then tied for second, I don't know, are existing practitioners, parents with young children, and potential future practitioners. The general public has ways of figuring things out when they occasionally need to complain or find out information, but 99.9% of the time, they do not need to communicate with us. And if you've gone through the process of getting glasses or contacts the first time, you have some sense of who you might be able to talk to and how you might be able to get that help. But the people who need to talk to us all the time are existing practitioners and the ones who might be headed towards us to help bolster our workforce, and the people who haven't yet figured out, okay, my kid may or may not need glasses, and they're people who there's a medical and intellectual growth necessity to get to them early. I wanted to ask the group, I'm a public member, I'm not a professional, wanted to ask the group if I'm off base, on base, if there are other groups that should be included in this. Because as we're talking about outreach, I do think we need to narrow our focus to get to the people who we absolutely have to get to.
Agreed.
Okay, you're $10 later.
Yeah.
I would like to add one group. I know Ruby's here. I love for outreach to include high schools, young people that need to know about this as a profession or these as professions.
I'm including that in the third group as people who may be future practitioners.
Got you.
I do think it's great to let people know this is a great industry to be in, and we're wondering. Sorry, I didn't say that well.
The only thing I would add, it's not even an add, it's just a slight variation. I would never say ignore, but I would say de-emphasize, because if we spread too widely, we lose impact. So I agree with your basic thought there.
All right, do we want to say anything about our desired outcome to help motivate our how?
Comprehension.
Yeah. And engagement.
This has been a hard thing. I mean, this is a hard thing. And we've spun yarn trying to be responsive. The legislature never kind of drills down the way Member Clemens just did, right? They just, outreach, this big, broad topic and category. And that can leave you you're scattered, right? To your point, Alice. And, we've tried lots of things. I mean, we've created documents and solicited schools. Hey, we created this. How many, we would love to get this to you. I'm not going to name names, but I sent that out to 24 schools. Only one person wrote me back and was like, yeah, I want some copies. So I just printed off 150 copies that I didn't need to print, but it's been challenging and I don't know the answers. I don't know if any one of us individually do, but I think collectively as a group, we can do better in this area. And that's what I'm hoping with this strat plan. I think the students, I love that idea. And there's a lot of organizations doing that work. I know in the optometry space, there is already like these bridging programs. There are clubs like at the undergraduate level too, to help people with that. I know a little bit less about the high school aspect of it, but I'm willing to go talk to anybody about what we do and what this board exists for. And so any, help that we can come up with collectively to help identify if it's those three areas, I love it, So this is a challenge. As you said, Alex, we're small staff. And nowhere in the laws at all does it talk about outreach, right? As something that is what we do. This is something that's been built up and like added on just over time because it's important, but it's never been something that's like central to the mission, right? So it's always, I felt hard to how do you incorporate this very important thing that the public is asking you about, right? The state legislature is asking you about this. They're asking in the Sunset Report what you do for outreach, what you do for, maybe disadvantaged communities or others, right? So they care about it, so we need to care about it, but it's hard to kind of figure out how to make it all happen.
And there's an old saying, marketing, 50% of every marketing dollar is completely wasted. Now, if you figure out which 50% it was, you'd
There you
make money. It's the same sort of thing with outreach. When we're talking to people, are we sending them the right message that they need at that right time? Probably not, unless it's, hey, everybody, you gotta get your CE in. So,
Yeah, I mean, I feel sometimes there's a lack of interest in what we do. And I don't know if that's because
of life.
Yeah, I know.
Interest in what all of our sister agencies do until you're focused on what it is they do for you at that moment.
Right.
Unless you're a practitioner, in which case it's 24/7.
Yeah.
Did you have a comment?
So as far as outreach goes, I mean, could we mandate the practitioners, put up a poster and say what we want to say? So people that walks in and will see it.
We have something similar like that with the consumer notice right now.
Right.
The consumer notice is developed in regulation and it's mandated to be posted.
Right.
We could engage in a process to try to amend that.
But like something more specific, to our. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, if I walk into a store and then I see this big poster that's posted, and on there's lists of issues that I can be aware of. I think that would be a very targeted.
That example I'm thinking of that probably all of us are familiar with who gone to do smog check, go on
Right.
smog check, you see
Right.
a big
Right.
giant sign. It's kind of like the first thing you see.
Right.
It's a big sign, I don't even know what size font it is. That's all developed in regulation for them. I think similarly for us, I think ours is like in regulation as a 12-point font. It's very specific, right? But that would be the process that would need to be undertaken. There is a regulatory process to either develop some sort of new notice or amend the existing one.
Okay, good addition up there.
I know you and also President Garcia get to do it, but just going places. I read some of the suggestions were going to whatever activities and events are out there and setting up a table, setting up a booth. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how it would be targeted. I don't know if there are things that happen around high school and college graduations that might be career fairs and things like that.
It's funny you say that. DCA used to have an outreach unit that was funded for that purpose and it was defunded. And then basically.
No, I was the last analyst.
You the last analyst there? Maybe I should talk about it. You should talk about it. But the result of that was it now became something that the boards had to fully absorb.
Okay.
Right? And there is no resource provided for that. Right? There's no. Yeah. So that's the tough part. But again, you all could help me, others could help me. Give me a list of places to go. I'll go. I mean, I'll show up.
What capacity could we go?
I just can't have three of you there.
Well, if I knew of things in my area, I'd love to go and set up a table. You guys have tablecloths for me?
I could get you one. It won't have optometry.
I would do it.
Yeah, I think we need to identify those opportunities. I mean, specifically, we've talked about trying to get into the prisons and other situations like that, and we need to do that. So I think it's identifying them and then making it happen, if you will. But I also don't get any invites to go anywhere outside of the 3 schools and Ruby. Nobody's inviting me to go in. So I'm willing to stick my nose in any place and again talk to you about optometry, opticianry all day long. I try to be the biggest advocate that I can for both our board and the 2 professions that we regulate. But I don't know what I don't know, right? And so I don't know where to go. And it sounds terrible. I don't have the time to research all of that too, right? So collectively as a board, let me know where I should be and I'll be there. But also anybody listening, if you're an organization or a group, Board of Optometry is willing and able to come speak to you. So I just don't get those invites outside of the schools.
I have a question in that area. So I've always wondered about this. Far North California, Modoc County,
Mhm.
places like that. Do we have any interaction with those counties or the professionals in those areas?
I don't have any interaction with any county, but what you might be asking, there are local societies through COA.
Oh,
I have a list of them. I don't know them off the top of my head. I don't know how well represented they are in some of those areas of the state.
okay.
But to that point, a year or so ago, I got the list of local societies and I contacted every single one of them, letting them know I was ready, willing, and able to give a presentation, and only one took me up on the offer.
Hmm.
And it was Sacramento, which is right in my backyard. So no other local society took me up on the opportunity to give a presentation.
Okay, it's unfortunate.
It's truth. I mean, the offer still stands.
So noted.
All right, Tricia's been dutifully filling out bits and pieces. How do we feel about our first line?
Yeah.
All right. What can we say about number 2?
I think a lot of the same stuff for number 2 is, why address it? It's important that licensees know what the current laws are. Desired outcome is just knowledge, right? And, knowledge of what the present laws say. And then, create a one pager, I think would be helpful.
All right. Seeing green signs already on our second line. What about our third line? Increasing outreach.
We've done it before, but to promote and educate on children's vision / myopia epidemic. Currently, it's a really hot topic to have optometry worldwide, but especially now in the U.S. because we have FDA approved glass lenses for myopia management, just so you know. Have FDA approved contact lenses for myopia management. It's been out for years, so they're being utilized quite a bit out there in the field, but still a lot of people don't know about it. So just some sort of public maybe one page or two talking about 20-20-20 rule. I know you need to know what that means. Every 20 minutes, 20 seconds, look 20 feet away.
Yeah.
That helps relieve the overaccommodation and help reduce myopia progression. The existing screen time is all of us are on screens all day long, and that's been shown to accelerate and reduce myopia. And just to encourage more outdoor activities and encourage annual eye exam for kids.
I would actually, though, propose facilitators that might be a 4th item,
Okay,
specifically on children's vision.
okay.
That could be your poster.
And the reason I say that for the group is, a decade ago, we did a campaign on children's vision. The focus at that point was trying to explain the difference between a vision screening and a comprehensive exam, right? And that was the singular focus. What you're talking about is I think the way I was hearing you is like an update to that overall campaign, and now focusing on myopia and these emerging technologies and therapies to help there. That struck me as being its own thing. And that also made me think about what Member Clemens was saying about one of our categories. Outreach is, parents and children. So that would be my suggestion, is make it its own.
Dr. Garcia, is it a 20-20-20 rule? Is that what you were? Okay, because it just says 20-second rule, so I didn't know if you wanted to expand on that.
20/20/20.
Every 20 minutes, 20 seconds, 20 feet.
This is really relevant when you're looking at screens all day.
All right, do we have a desired outcome for that one, or?
Are we still on this third? Oh,
Yeah, we haven't finished.
3.
Well, the desired outcome on 3 is just more engagement, I think. We just kind of did 5, so then maybe we go back to 4 because we haven't talked about that at all. But I mean, the desired outcome is that parents know better informed about myopia and how to access, better informed about myopia, the importance, getting an appointment with their local optometrist, and ultimately is better vision care. I mean, I think is the.
Yeah, so on that last one, how important it's all together. So you have the 2020 rule, encourage more outdoor activities, increasing screen time, and informing parents about myopia management therapies that are available.
All right. So let's talk about newsletter. The specific identification by external stakeholders was that the newsletter could improve by being sent more frequently and focusing its content on the professions. So we publish it 3 times a year. We thought we could just go to a quarter system that would be more frequently. The newsletter inherently focuses its content on the professions. Now, the most recent summer newsletter, I know Ruby is going to have something to say if I don't address it, didn't have a whole lot about opticianry in it. That's the first time that our newsletter in 3 years hasn't had a whole lot of opticianry in it. But I think that's going to change for the next newsletter because Ruby's helping me out with some ideas on there. But I don't know exactly what the comment means about focusing its content on the professions. That I was confused by that. What's that?
Mugshots.
Mugshots. Is that what you want? Mugshots of the
I'm down.
of the cited
Increase engagement.
cited folks.
Does the new email rule apply to opticians as well? Everybody?
Yes.
So that'll be a win, right? That everyone will get the newsletter via email now.
Yes, I mean it'll take some time, right? So the way that will work with the emails is it's at the time of application or renewal, right? And so since renewals are every 2 years, it'll take a couple cycles, couple years before we'll really have, I think, or be able to say we got everybody's email. I mean, we have a lot of emails now. I don't know if I had to guess, I'd say 50% of our licensees have given us an email. So we have a good saturation there. One of the things, I know some of this is old news for you guys, but for you, Dr. Tedder, one of the things that Alex had helped us out with was we have a listserv that people sign up for, but we also get emails through Breeze when you apply, and we were not syncing those 2 systems at all. So we are now doing that on a monthly basis. We're taking the emails that we got from Breeze over that last month and then adding them to the listserv. And that'll be kind of the same process that we do going forward once we get a robust email list for everybody. But yeah, it will come to your email address. The way the law is said about emails is it's presumed to be delivered. And so there really shouldn't be an excuse at that point about, I didn't get the newsletter. I don't know about the newsletter, but yeah, it'll take a little bit of time to build that all up. But yeah, going forward, that's exactly how the newsletter will be sent. The same way it's sent now, we just have a bigger distribution list because we have more email.
Are you able to text message at all?
I don't think so.
Breeze doesn't allow for that.
No, Breeze, not that I'm aware of. The phone number that the board has is like a landline. It's not a mobile line. Phone numbers are not a required item either. And we didn't focus on making it required because we felt email was just a better way to get a hold of folks. But
I had a question on the newsletter. We had talked at one point about doing more like short biographies of people in the profession,
Yeah.
things people are achieving, highlights of, California optometrists or
Yeah.
practitionary people who've done certain achievements. Is that something that we're in the process of adding? to
We
the
haven't
agenda?
done any of it yet. You're right. We've talked about it.
Yeah.
It's just a resource issue at the
Sure.
moment in terms of doing that. I'd love for our policy analyst to be doing that when she gets on board and doing all, gets situated in the position. There are lots of examples out there of people, there was an optometrist at Berkeley that just won a really big award, for example. So there's a lot of that we could do. Just right now it's a resource issue.
Maybe something that the schools could send you material on, save you a lot of legwork in putting together.
Yeah, I'd love to give copyright credit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they send out press releases anyway.
Yep.
They might as well put you on the release list. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a thought.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
All right. See one green sign. We accurately capture the discussion.
Yep.
All right. We have a sixth item beyond childhood myopia. All right, we're ready to move on.
Public comment.
Public comment.
Any public comment for the area of outreach in the room?
Yes,
Okay.
I didn't.
No, here, thank.
You've got a good partnership with us as far as outreach. We do have a budget for it. And I have an idea that I can share with you. We could put something on your newsletter to announce you, to let you know, we're going to be in all of these high schools. We're going to be in these colleges. Anyone want to join in, you can just join in with us. And we do have the budget for it, as we want you. And if there's a possibility of maybe doing a nice video of the board or some information that as we're doing outreach, we can give that. And then I have a website that is constantly being visited by lots of opticians curious about what does it mean to be an optician. I mean, daily I get like 10 contacts, and there could be some information there of the career pathway. So anything we can do, the website, newsletter, invite you to our recruiting events, happy to do that.
How often do you do those?
At least the recruiting events, there's at least twice a month. Twice a month, we're invited to high schools, community, and they tell us way in advance when they're going to have them. They're really fun.
A lot of these are down south, right?
No, they're in Northern California. Yeah, everywhere.
If we had a list of those, that would
I could
be an
give you.
opportunity for a member or myself to attend.
Yeah, they're everywhere. But we do, we consider that they're like Sac City has their own. So we don't go too much into Sac City. We allow them their room to do that. But more like in Pleasanton and in that area where there's nothing. And in this area in Orange County, because there's nothing in LA and Ventura County, we go to like twice a month. I'm at a recruiting event. Okay.
All right. Online moderator. Ann?
The voice of God is silent.
Did we lose connection to WebEx?
Uh-oh.
If we
Said he's on.
Brandon, you okay? Yeah. Okay.
It's the beginning of the day. We lose. Do we pour one out for?
If we get connection later, we can just go back or see what just allow them to comment as part of the next round.
Stream or no? Are we back?
Welcome back.
All right.
Missed you.
We're taking public comment on goal area 4.
Outreach.
Perfect. If anyone would like to make a comment, you can click the hand icon to raise your hand. Any comments on the outreach goal area? I do not see any requests, so you're welcome to move on to the next goal area.
Thank you.
Can I interject real quick? So members, we're at, I think it's 3:35, if that's correct. We're scheduled to go to 4 until we complete our business. We've got this area and one more area. And I don't know if we'll get both of them done by 4, but I would like to suggest that we keep going.
Let's try.
Unless there's any, I think there's a few of us that have flights that are around 6:30, so I think we'll still be okay. That would be my ask to you, if that's okay, if we could keep going. I'm seeing green arrows. The last comment that I would want to make, though, is we do need to take an afternoon 15-minute break. So my suggestion would be that we go through goal area 5, take that break, and then come back and finish up goal area 6.
What?
Go ahead. Let's at least get through goal area 5. If we need to revisit, we can revisit.
Okay.
Okay? Can we do that?
I will say if we still have a forum, I'm okay continuing if the members of the SLUM team is all okay with that, or however we all want to do it. So if like 1 or 2 members maybe need to catch a flight or leave for some reason, maybe we can also address that individually.
Okay.
So laws and regulations, here's the statement. The green just means that it was made a little bit more concise by removing the word and between current and emerging. That's all that green. So read the current statement and let us know if you like it. I'm seeing 1 green paddle. Okay, we'll move on to the top string. Advocacy supporting licensees, scope of practice expansion. And then in terms of the environmental scan weaknesses and sunset review items, we can have that. So weaknesses that we can still address are new legislation needed. We know that there's a leverage analyst, so that's taken care of. In terms of sunset items, we have the possibility of defining the role of optometric assistants. There's one citation program for optometry, another for opticianry. This can result in inefficiencies. Obtaining email addresses and something that's already taken care of. Retailers operating without regulation, and then the Optometry Practice Act is not defined for it. Again, that's from the sunset review. So
yeah,
we'll take a look at what has already been created. So the first one, the issue is access to care. And why address it? There are 58 counties in California. Not every one of them has an ophthalmologist, but if they do have an optometrist, care is limited and delayed. And then how can the board address this? Work with stakeholders and policymakers to improve access to care by expanding scope. How do people feel about that? Being green, okay. Desired outcome, I would think that would just be more access to care.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make a comment quickly. It's important for us as a board to remember our job is not to advocate for the profession. Our job is to advocate for what's best for consumers, right? And so the point here is access to care, right? It's not about scope, it's about access to care. Access to care happens by expanding the scope, but that's what needs to be the guiding principle, is whether consumers and the public have access to the care that they need. And if not, then we need to identify where those changes need to happen, but it's not expanding scope for expanding scope's sake.
For how we can solve address, I think looking at other states that have had more progressive scope of practice, looking at their safety profile and no harm to the patients from their scope expansion is something to kind of validate that access to care.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one, legislative and regulatory guidance and resources are needed. And then how work with the law and regulations committee and other committees to make these resources, to make sure they are published. In terms, do people want to add like why address it, desired outcomes?
MC3 or
Sure.
Yeah.
It's 3 total.
No, 4. We when we were looking at was it number 2 we were on?
Yeah.
When we were looking at this one, this came from stakeholders that would like guidance or resources regarding regulations. Stakeholders would like clear, regular updates on laws and regulations, as well as reminders of how licensees can help in the process. We thought it made sense to take this to committee first because we don't want to just, to Alex, your point, we don't want to just be creating resources for resources' sake. Well, what resources? Help us identify what it is. There's a lot of resources we could put out there. Let's try to narrow it down a little bit and figure out, more specifically what folks may need. So we thought, the comment was a little vague. There are a lot of resources out there, so maybe that's part of this too, is that folks don't know that. When you're talking about the mobile optometric office program, one of the things that they have to do is submit a annual report. We created a template annual report as an example for folks to use. Home residence permit, there's a requirement that when you are operating under a home residence permit, you give a specific notice to the consumer. We created an example of that for licensees to use. So I'm not so sure if this is an issue of resources that aren't created that need to be created, or this is maybe more of just a communication issue again. But we thought taking it to a committee where we could have that detailed conversation and try to drill down on it a little more might make sense.
All right, and so as you're speaking, Greg, David typed, is that out from there? Is that out? Yeah. Okay, and then the why I guess it, is that because these resources may or may not be needed, or?
Well, I think we have a responsibility as a regulatory board that enforces laws and regulations to, explain and be clear about the scope of that regulation, what we do and don't do, right? Both from a consumer perspective and a licensee perspective. We get complaints about, one example. We get a lot of complaints about people upset about the cost of the service. We don't regulate prices. Maybe that's a guidance document we need to put out, vote with your dollars, go somewhere else if you're not happy with the cost of that service. But I don't know, based off of this feedback, what external stakeholders are missing that they might need. Yeah. So we thought just having that conversation might help us there. But
so like I said, it's unsure what stakeholders need.
Yeah.
Unsure what stakeholders need.
Would it possibly involve better understanding how to comply with the regulations that apply to them?
That might be an outcome, right? That's like an outcome. Yeah, I would hope it would lead to that, right?
Okay.
Would you like to repeat that, please? Or?
Yeah, that stakeholders better understand how to meet the regulatory needs that are imposed upon them.
Yeah.
To that effect.
So how does that look to you? Three, okay. All right, our third one is regular updates on laws and regulations. The why, we need to communicate what the board is doing. The how is exploring new ways to distribute this information, for example, listservs, social media posts. And then desired outcome is something that's only maybe just regular updates are being done. Or desired outcome or being done.
The outcome is, I guess, that the stakeholders feel that they're, sufficiently in the know. Or,
stakeholders feel sufficiently informed.
Yeah.
Okay. Feel about all right, we'll move on to 4. And so we have the issue is statutes and regulations. Why address it? Several regulations need to be adjusted or repealed, and how can the board do it? Conduct a review of policies and determine what needs to be changed.
So there were 3 things that external stakeholders identified when they said that statutes could be streamlined. They said, allow optometrists to use lasers for glaucoma and posterior capsulotomy. Allow optometrists to remove growths on lids. Create a state version of the Harkin Amendment to make insurance providers reimburse consistently. Those are 3 specific things that may not be appropriate for the board to lead on, to just be forthright and honest.
That has to do with the practitioner.
That has to do with the practitioner and not necessarily consumer protection. But however, again, in the context of access to care, that's how we have to think about these things. So instead of focusing on these specific asks or things that were identified, we took it a little bit more from a vague perspective. If you go back to what I was saying earlier in the program update about sunset review, you cannot allow stale regulation to continue to exist because it's confusing to people. I gave you guys the example about the foreign sponsorship. There are several of those sorts of examples that need to be repealed or otherwise adjusted. That should be an ongoing thing. You know, it's actually something that California doesn't really have that I'm aware of that other states do, where they have like these regulatory reviews where you do a top to bottom look at your regulations and see what makes sense, what doesn't any longer. Seems like in California, we just keep adding, right? We just keep adding new law, new law, new law. We don't really think about what was already there. So that was how we framed this issue, taking the feedback was, you know, it's not just about moving forward, it's also about looking backward and adjusting what you need to adjust. So that's some of the context for why you see what staff came up with there. You know, we want to be a part of these conversations to expand the scope and all of these other things, but you know, these are big lifts. You know, creating a state amendment, state version of the Harkin Amendment is a big issue. And I don't know if we're best suited to lead on, but what we do have a role to play and have a seat at these tables when we're talking about scope and access to care. So as long as access to care is at the forefront of our mind, it's appropriate, I think, for us to engage in all of these issues. But again, what we just thought we would focus more on is making sure that, you know, our laws and regulations make sense, right? That they're accurate today.
Is the desired outcome of laws and regulations make sense?
Well,
Sure.
yeah.
Well, it also affords the consumers the highest quality care.
Yeah.
We're able to update things.
That they're accurate too. I mean, that they're accurate and consistent.
Accurate and consistent laws and regs.
Yeah.
How does that vote? Okay, yeah, just at the bottom. Okay.
So private equity is really big in general. It's big in optometry. It's really very important. So something to the effect of support optometry's independent clinical judgment, corporate influence, consumers. There was a bill recently that passed as people know, which did not have good outcomes, which would have been nice if it did, and maybe to be used to that now.
Yeah. That's a good addition, Jeff. And that issue that goes to, again, it's broadly speaking having to do with non-practitioners being involved in healthcare, right? Being involved in decisions or decision-making processes that should be the doctor's decision and nobody else who's not licensed.
What's that word?
All right, so, Jeff, the why address it?
Why address it is to protect consumers.
Protect consumers, okay?
From corporate influence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so protect consumers from corporate influence in eye care. Okay. And then desired outcome, would it be updating this bill to include optometrists or?
I think that bill's done, right?
Yeah.
So we have to submit another bill.
Okay.
Or support a bill.
But yeah, and maybe a more broad or vague desired outcome would just be that, yeah, maintain the independence of optometry. Yeah. I was going to try to say something like no corporate influence in healthcare, but that already exists. What's that?
The doctrines corporate practice of medicine.
Yeah.
And then how can the board resolve? Would that be pursue author for a new bill?
Well, Yeah.
Pursue a topic or a bill.
Yeah, I mean, Council Brennan, you just said something that made me think more specifically about this bill. What 351 really did was codify the medical board's corporate, what was the phrase you used? Corporate practice of medicine. They have long had guidance, but it was just that, really. It was guidance. And what SB 351 did was codify that corporate practice of medicine. And so a similar outcome for us would be to adopt something like that, right? It would be to adopt a similar type of corporate practice of medicine scheme. And maybe we want to say corporate practice of optometry, you know, in medicine, but.
Do people are fine? And we have a 6 month, we still have from the sunset review to find the system. The one citation for country, another for opticianry.
A lot of these are in process. I mean, the definition person was taken care of. I don't mind if we put the citation program issue on there. That just for the board's recollection, that has to do with the fact that we have optometry and opticianry, and we have two totally different citation programs. The optometry citation program is what I refer to as the classic DCA system of class A, class B, class C, and your violations fit into one of those categories, and that determines, you know, class A is there was patient harm, you know, and then that determines what you do. Opticianry is totally different. Opticianry, the citation program, instead of being class A, B, C, it's points in the regulation back to the statute and says if you violate Business and Professions Code section XYZ, you can be fined X amount. The problem with that system compared to the optometry system is whenever statutes change, as they do, you have to go into regulation and update your regulation. Otherwise, you've lost the ability to fine and cite against the violation because the statutes have moved around. And this is not a theoretical problem. This is a real problem. After our last sunset 4 or 5 years ago, when we reorganized all of the opticianry statutes, we never dealt with it in regulation. And so we have several violations of law that we can cite an optician for, but we have no fine authority. And I'm talking about things like unprofessional conduct, for example, is something that you cannot fine an optician for because of the way the codes were moved. So we identified this in the sunset report and said we wanted to move toward making the opticianry citation program similar to the optometry, again, class A, B, C. Therefore, we'll never have that future problem of when statutes move and adjust, you've lost the ability to regulate. So I don't mind if that gets put up there, but that's for you all, I think, to decide at this point.
A red pod back there to do this.
I just had an idea regarding technology, AI, all the advancements that are going there, like autonomous diagnosis of diabetic retinopathy. That could potentially be a consumer issue if they're only flagged for referable retinopathy. So if they have mild retinopathy, it's not going to flag them, but they still have a problem. But they might think that every life is great, keep going on. So having something like who oversees that ultimately, if they have an FDA approval for autonomy, like if you go into a big box, you go up, get your retinal photos, you get a report. Like we had, I mean.
Yeah, is there a doctor even involved?
Right, no, it's autonomous.
Right.
They have, so how, and then, so where does a consumer go if something happens down the road? Or there have to be disclaimers put on these devices.
So we have tech and AI diagnosis of retinopathy and imagine why the rest of consumer protection.
And safety.
And
safety.
safety, consumer protection and safety.
I would, if you're okay, Member Bragg, I would remove retinopathy
Right, because there's
specifically.
gonna be other.
And I would just say tech and AI and the use of it in diagnosis or diagnoses, something like that. I don't think we want to lock ourselves into just retinopathy. You're just using it as an example.
Exactly.
really just in front of diagnosis, use and diagnosis.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then desired outcome.
I was gonna jump out and say like an optometric doctor or ophthalmologist is reviewing every.
The optometrist involved in the process, maybe, or desired.
Can you say that professional oversight?
Yeah, I think that's what we want, right? Is we don't want machines to just take over.
And then how can the board solve or address this? Whether it's not.
Well,
Regulation.
Yeah, it's regulation ultimately.
Would you need to write new regulation?
Yeah.
And would a bill need to be written first before that happens, or no?
In my opinion, no. But that true answer is probably what council said, maybe. The reason why I say no is because we have broad regulatory authority. But ultimately, this will be a question for Brandon and our reg council to determine when we get there.
How do people feel about this? Great. And we have.
Thank you for.
Created these five and people have more, but are people okay with this? Okay. So.
Public comment.
Public comments. So okay, so we don't have public comment in the room. Moderator, any public comment online?
This is the moderator. If anyone would like to leave a public comment on the goal area just completed, you may look for the hand icon and click that to raise your hand. Any comments on the objectives discussed? I do not see any requests for comment. I will turn it back to you.
Thank you, moderator.
At this point, I think we have to take a 10-minute break if we're going to continue, because we have to allow staff who's assisting us have a break. So I would like to take that. I don't know if we can do a 10-minute or if it has to be 15-minute, but I would like to propose that we take a break and return. We have one more item to get through, and I think we can accomplish that. But that's just my suggestion. It's ultimately for
Let's do it.
you all to. Okay, are we okay with it? You do? Okay. Okay.
I'm just appointment and
Understood.
we're able to be 2.5 hours out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
I do have to leave at 4.
Okay, that's in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. We will still have quorum.
If we still have quorum, I'm okay continuing.
Okay.
I'll you guys good. A couple members had obviously make the requirements.
Mark, you got it.
I do. I do.
So should we say come back at 4:12? Are you at 6:30? I know.
So I'm happy continuing.
I think we have to take a break.
So 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think we can complete this by 4:30.
So back at 4:10.
Yes.
Yes, pertinent.
4:10.
And if anybody else is heading,
4:10.
let's share.
Hear me from here. I'm just a Doppler effect, moving right along.
I'll vote with all three.
Member comments? Member Dawson, Member Sue, Member Kleppa,
Here.
Dr. Pruitt.
Here.
Dr. Tedder.
Present.
Absent. Dr. Ragg present, Vice President Linden.
Here.
President Garcia.
Present, have a quorum. We're going to move on to goal area number 6.
Ruby. Steve, I'm sorry. Forgot. Sorry.
All right. So goal area 6, administration and customer service. Board works to develop and maintain an efficient leaders and staff with sufficient resources to improve the board's provision of programs and services. How do you feel about this statement? I see green signs.
Who?
All right, Top strength, staff are friendly and helpful and excel in customer service.
So you see the weakness.
Top weaknesses, responsiveness and lack. Of course, right?
Yeah.
Things that aren't, still need to be addressed, understaffed and meeting accessibility, and our sunset review reports.
Mhm. Well, two of those three things are not relevant.
All right, so as identified by staff, communication response times.
Yeah.
Do we want to say anything specific for our desired outcome?
Respond faster. What else can you say?
So, again, for me, and what I was saying earlier is I need to try to quantify this, right? I, as I mentioned too earlier, I established a intake communications process for all staff to follow. And the goal is to return a communication fully answered within 4 days. The reason why we came up with 4 days is because that preserves within the work week, if you will. And this was a communications plan that I had implemented at my prior employment with good success. And it's intended to apply to both our, verbal phone communications and our electronic communications. So, for me, I think the starting place has to be trying to get that data to, estimate and analyze. If I get the data and it's showing that we're returning every call within 2 or 3 days, then they're meeting the intake plan goal. But we don't know that until we get that data. So,
By the way, member Sue mentioned to me a program called Abacus that apparently keeps track of phone intake. I don't know the program. He just mentioned it as an aside. Unfortunately, he's not here to explain about it, but I thought I'd mention it to you.
yeah, I mean, do you know how to spell it?
Abacus, Abacus, something
Okay.
to that effect.
Always open to looking into it,
Okay.
I have a question. So in the private sector, there are a lot of programs that will do that. We have that in our office as well, that will take messages, respond automatically. So at least the caller gets a call back or a text back, and it tracks the call. But there's also the option of outsourcing. I'm not sure if that's an option in the state. You can hire outsourced staff to answer calls.
I can't give an answer to those questions right here, right now, except to say that in the state of California, we have strong employee job protections, and you have to be very careful when you are trying to subcontract or contract out a job or activity or something along those lines that can be performed by a union employee staff. So there are unique challenges with the state that private sector doesn't have in that regard. There may also be, privacy or other concerns about recording or things like that, given the state employee protections. I don't know. So we need to look into those things. I will say sort of the way I teach my staff is sometimes, phone calls are great and they can be immediate in terms of getting information, but a lot of times the questions that we're being asked require some thought and some looking into. Right? What's the status of my license right now? Or what, those things aren't instant and immediate. You need to go look it up. You have to do some analysis and research. We get a lot of questions from licensees about, can I do this? Can I not do that? I don't want my staff just giving those answers on the phone, right? We need to look into that. We need to analyze that. There are certain things we also can't answer from a legal perspective, right? So one of the things that we have taught our staff to do is to try to take people from the phone to email, right? Because now you're able to sort of better manage your workload and how you're responding to people, because you're going to have multiple different inquiries that you need to respond to, but you also are allowing yourself to sort of relieve the pressure, right, of being immediate on the phone call with somebody and having to give them a direct answer for something that may need, again, a little bit of research and analysis. So I think it's a good idea, Abacus or these other programs that might do some of these things, but again, I just keep going back. I think we got to try to quantify, the the issue in terms of calls and then time, et cetera. So.
All right, as far as what we've written down, are we happy with one? We're happy with one. How about the issue of inability to reach a live person?
I think it's the same thing. It's the same thing. I mean, we got to try to just look at that data and see. It says both. External stakeholders suggest that we're understaffed. I guess that's the perspective if you can't reach somebody immediately. But
is the expectation that folks are available 9 to 5 Monday through Friday? Like, is that posted, or is there a better way to communicate live office hours? Maybe I don't know.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah. All the staff do not all work the same exact schedule, right? So some start before 8, some some work later than others. They're all working a full schedule, but they have flexibility within their start time and end time. There is always a person available to answer the phone between 8 to 5 or 9 to 5. Government code requires our office to be open from those hours. There's always somebody available. The only person not on the phone tree is me.
You know how to solve it, just suddenly.
Put me on the phone tree, and I'm not doing any of the outreach that you guys talked about wanting me to do earlier. Right? I don't have the time to be on the phone tree. I have 11 other people that are on the phone tree, right? We have 11 other staff that are on the phone tree. There's always somebody available to answer the phone. That's the expectation, right? But I need to get the data. I need to get the data and to look into that. Through this environmental scan is the only time in the 3 years that I've heard of this issue. I heard about this issue when I first started, and that was why we put in place the intake communications plan. I heard about it from licensees, from stakeholders, from DCA, who would call and couldn't get a hold of people. I haven't heard about this problem in 3 years outside of what's being reported here. So I need to get the data and look into it.
All right, are we happy with line 2? We are happy. Issue of improving customer service. How do we want to address this? Desired outcomes specifically.
So this was a external and internal, right? I'm not trying to suggest, and I don't think any of the staff would suggest that like we're doing the greatest job in customer service. Like you could always do better, right? And so we tried to identify that. I couldn't tell you when the last time like all staff, like as a group, went and did a customer excellence type of training, right? This staff or that staff have done that, right? But let's all go do it together. Was something that we came up with. We talked about it a little earlier about like a chat bot. I want to continue to try to push and discuss those issues with the department. I don't know if it's possible, again, given our limitations around what technologies we can use, but I think that could be a helpful tool for people, for customers and consumers. So we wanted to look into that. But again, like I said, I couldn't tell you in 3 years of being at the program, we haven't done something like that in all staff customer service training. So like, let's do that and try to get better. So those were some of the ways that we tried to come up with like, how could we address this concern about, just improving customer service.
All right, I'm seeing green signs. I'm happy with 3. What about 4? Plaintiff communication could be more frequent for the issue.
That was external.
It was external, and I'm kind of glad to it's like a lot of times people want the government not in their life so much, but if we're not communicating enough and that's what stakeholders need, then we need to try to come up with some ways to do that. Something that Tricia said earlier, and I think is spot on for this item, is you said it much better than I'm going to say it now, but you know, if you're kind of just always reacting and doing this and doing that, and then you get to the end of the year and it's like, well, what did we accomplish? Right. And in this area, I think this is an example of that. We have not recently, at least, developed a communications calendar to help guide how we communicate. And when I say communications calendar, I mean things like, you know, every month of the year has some theme, right? There's a glaucoma awareness month. There's, you know, we designate months for different purposes. We should build a calendar that has those dates and those, you know, event-worthy items, if you will. I'm struggling with the right words at 4:30 in the afternoon on a Friday, but that helps guide us, right? Like we know September, October, it's cosmetic lenses, right? And it's Halloween. We're going to see issues there. So that's what we came up here. That was the idea that we came up with, is developing a calendar to help guide us. I think that's something that we would work with the Outreach and Public Relations Committee on. That's something our policy analysts would be involved in as well, that they're ultimately going to be the person that has the responsibility for the social media accounts. But we don't have something like this right now. And so it is reactionary in terms of how we are posting and communicating on social media. Like, oh, we have a board meeting this Friday. Let's get some posts out. But I think themes, I think, is the word I'm looking for, a thematic type calendar to help guide us. And so we know, okay, you know, September is Glaucoma Awareness Month. I think I got that correct. And we need to get posts out, you know, and other information, you know, if it's Glaucoma Awareness Month, you know, the AOA put out a whole thing about primary open angle glaucoma a year or so ago. We could redistribute that and publish that. So using a calendar to help guide us with themes, I think would be helpful to address the more frequent. It's also more targeted, and maybe that calendar, Alex, I keep looking at you, is where we build that calendar around those three groups of populations that we're trying to speak to. So that was what we came up with.
That's good. All right, how do we feel about it? We got green signs. We have a fifth line that we want to start. See a shaking head. People want to move on. But we don't need a fifth.
I maybe wouldn't suggest it as a fifth, but I would like to see more licensees attend our board meetings. I don't know how we accomplish that, but I would love to see, I mean, both online and in person. I don't know if that needs to be.
I'm thinking a raffle. What do you?
That's gambling. I don't know if we can counsel.
I'll do a raffle and make mine a little bit less hard so happy. Unbelievable.
What about keg?
You know, the CE is not enough of an inducement, apparently, right? The free CE that they all get is not driving them to our board meetings. I don't know, but that's just my personal wish. I would love to see more licensees, opticianry and optometry, attend our board meetings. Go for it.
Scope expansion laws, that draws the audience
Yeah.
from both sides.
Yeah. Well, when we did radio frequency, yeah, that was when we had dozens and dozens of optometrists show up, but online to participate. So I don't know how to accomplish that. Again, it's just more of a wish and a hope than anything else.
Just put it on the agenda and then like table it for future dates and just keep it right back.
Some sort of reverse Hunger Games. If you don't show up, we might take away your license.
Yeah. All right, so public comment in the room on goal area 6, administration and customer service.
Go ahead, Ruben.
Oh, sorry.
I can come over here.
Oh, sorry, we have another chair.
I can definitely get more opticians, licensed opticians to come. I've been bringing my students in, but I know there's a way that I can give them some homework assignments so they show up. Okay.
Thank you, Ruby.
And then moderator online, do we have any comments for administration and customer service?
Let's find out if anyone would like to make a comment on the objectives created and discussed. You can raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon. Are there any comments on administration and customer service? I do not see any raised hands. I will turn it back to you.
Thank you, moderator. So we have a total of 26 objectives. And when we met earlier with board leadership, they were suggesting 4 years for the lifespan of the strategic plan. Does that sound good to people, 4 years?
It does, but we don't need the word of.
Oh, yes, we do not. Oops.
I kind of like it though.
So Tricia, this would take effect when the board adopts it, which would be obviously at a future meeting, most likely in 2026. And then it would be, it would cover 26. Would that be through 30? 26, 27, 28, 29, just through 29?
Yeah, just 29. We have all of 26, all of 27, all of 28, 29. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So nodding head. So next steps, we will draft a strategic plan. It'll just be a draft. Then we will send it to the board to review, suggest edits, and eventually approve. Once it's approved, we'll move it into action planning, which is something we do just with the staff. And action planning entails looking at each objective and breaking it down into what tasks are needed to accomplish it, assigning staff to those tasks with designated target dates, and then coming up with performance measures. And that is it. You guys did it. You did all 6 goal areas. Thank you. Good job. I hope safe travels for all.
Thank you, Tricia.
Thank you.
Dave, for
Thank you both. Thank you both. But one last item, future agenda items. Does the board have any items that they would like to on the next set of agendas?
We had that discussion about talking about how to handle certain circumstances relating to fines imposed on individuals where the issue might be outside their control. So I would like to further discuss that if we can.
Good. Anything else?
I'm just anticipating for a fellow member that starting next meeting, there might be a request that we have a meeting in Southern California, so we should put that back on the agenda immediately.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
You know, since we're making, this is actually Member Kleppa's second SoCal meeting. It's the June meeting.
That's right.
You were located in.
Yeah.
Oh, it's virtual. That's right.
No, it was, well, it was a teleconference meeting at a publicly noticed location.
That's right.
You were technically,
that's 2 in a row, bud.
SoCal meeting in 1 year.
There we go. Keep it coming, guys. Keep it
Travel safe, everybody. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
coming. All right.
Oh.
I promise